Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers, Divinely Designs, and also Reading with Neva. We are streaming to several different places today. So hopefully we won't get booted out of StreamYards like some people have been having problems with. I still don't have a solution to my mic issue, so I have headphones in today. But hopefully you can all hear me clearly. Neva was saying that she could hear me fine, so hopefully it'll be all good. They said that it was an update in, so if anybody else should happen to have these problems, just go to your StreamYards with headphones because Google did an update. Apparently it was supposed to be fixed when I spoke to StreamYards the other day, but clearly it's not. I have the drop down box now, but nothing's working. So I think I've got to go into Chrome or something like that and try and sort it out. So yeah. So that is that. And what are you doing today, Neva?
I probably will be watching some of 90 Day Last Resort just because like I started it. I don't actually know how many episodes they have right now. Let me just check because if it's more than like 4, I don't know. Okay, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. Okay, there's 10 episodes so far, but I'm at least gonna finish the first episode because I'm like halfway through it. And then I do need to listen to some of A Court of Mist and Fury because we're still trucking through that. And at some point, I need to edit. When will that happen? I don't know. But then I'm also working on this, which I've made a lot of progress on because I don't have a round going right now.
That's the square one. That is awesome.
Yeah, because my round that I'm starting tomorrow, which is the one everybody like voted on, it's already kitted up.
Yep.
But that means that I don't have another Elizabeth Ward container to kit up a different round. So I was like, girl, you're just gonna have to stick with squares. It's not perfect. I'm sure it looks fine, like on camera, because when
It's
I look
fine.
at it far away, it looks fine. But like there's definitely like gapping. Like I'm definitely not good at squares, but like
But
I'm
this
so
is the
proud
first
of this
time.
progress that I've made.
Yeah, but this is the first time though
Yeah. I
that you've
figure I'll
done.
get better as
Yeah,
I
my when I look at my first one, like I have a whip parade going up next week, on my craft channel, for my diamond paintings. And when I look at I've gone and looked at my first square one, which was the first one that I ever did, and then I looked at the one that I'm working on currently, which is a smaller one. And the squares are placed so much better. I've also done like two other ones in between that as well, and they are just placed so much better by the time I've got to the fourth one. So, and you can see the progression from the first to the fourth one, how different each one is. I've got better at doing things, better at placing, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, definitely like it like so I have a light in front of me and if I like shine the light through the back,
Yeah, yeah. No, we don't look at it that way though.
my lines, like no one looks at it that way, but I was holding it up like this and I was like, wow, like my lines are so crooked, like it's fine. I think it will look like from far away, like it looks fine. Like nobody
Hmm.
would like is gonna look at it so close up that they're like, wow, the gaps. Like you know,
Yeah, they're going to walk into your house, walk up to the wall, and go, "Oh, Neva, this is
right.
terrible. What
But
are you
like I'm
doing?"
proud of like the progress in this that I've made because I do plan on doing a couple of square kits for friends like that I'm giving as
Yep.
gifts. But I was like maybe we should practice squares first. So I have this one and then I have the other one cuz I did get all the diamonds. I think that they just replaced like I think they just gave me full replacement because they sent me like 6 or 8 baggies of
Hmm.
the diamonds, which is way like a way better amount for this
Yep.
background. So when I
Yep.
finish this one, I'll move back into that one. But like I said, I have to have this container empty first.
Yep.
Um, and so yeah. But I will be starting a round tomorrow on 24-hour sprints, and we're gonna see how far into it I can get. I will say this: it's 44 colors. Okay, y'all picked the. It's not even like the canvas is not huge, but it's
Yep.
Randall Spangler, so
Yes.
it's just like a lot of colors. And I
Yes.
was like, this kit has more colors in it than either of my two big kits,
Hmm.
but there's just like small amounts of each color,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm just
The one I'm doing
there's
now
con-
has a lot of
there's like
colors.
yeah, there's confetti in it, and I haven't
Mm.
really done one that's like confetti heavy. So pray for me because
I'll be thinking of you because I'm doing one right now. And like I've got jars where there's only this much. I don't know if you can actually see it, but there's only like a
yeah,
tiny, tiny little amount in them. It's like,
honest, I could have
why would
kitted
you
up
even bother?
most of the kit. I could have kitted up in these
Yeah.
small ones, but I don't have enough of these. Which in kitting that kit up, I was like, maybe I need to buy one because you can buy the Elizabeth Ward container. It's about the same amount
Mhm.
as if you get like all of the different sizes, like what I have, but you can buy them where it's just a tray with a bunch of the smallest size. And I'm like, maybe
Yeah.
I need to buy just one tray that's just the smallest size, and then I can keep all the extras in that tray.
Mm.
But then for kits like this one, because I'm kind of scared that I think that the other Randall Spangler kit that I have might be the same way, where it's just a lot of colors,
Well,
but not a ton of
it is.
numbers in those colors. Because even like
Yeah.
the 310 could have been kitted up like in a container that was like this
Mm.
big. So
He does have, I will say, just from a cross stitching point of view, I've looked at a few of his charts over on Heaven and Earth, which are full because he's got artwork over there as well, and they're full coverage, and there are a lot of colors in them and stuff like that. So yeah, you will probably find that is the case. Yeah, so yeah, that's probably a good idea to get a smaller one, and then at least you can
yeah,
have it kitted up, and you don't
yeah.
have to worry about it.
Because I don't really like this. So this was the first. This square kit is the first kit that I used a container that was this size,
Hmm.
and this was full. So
Yeah.
when I for this color, which this is the background, okay. So I'm sure in the other one, when I actually kit up those diamonds, I will have to use about the same. But it was this and this
Mm.
combined was this background color, which was
Yeah.
a big indication to me when I kitted this up that like clearly I was not given enough diamonds for that other
Yeah.
kit for the background color. But I also didn't want. I think that kit it's the same color or a similar color to what's in this one, but I was like, I don't want to dive into this one and then not have enough
Yeah,
for this
no,
one.
that's fair enough. You got to be careful of that sort of stuff. So, are you planning on doing any other diamond paintings today, or just going to stick with that one because you're
I think I'm
starting
just
the next one?
going to stick with this one. Okay, we're making so like I don't know. I'm making good progress. If I get really tired, I do have. Well, I guess I have Chip. She's like kitted up. She's just kitted up in Tic Tac boxes, and Tic
Hmm.
Tac boxes are not my favorite thing to work out of. So I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of enjoying my feet doing it because I hate having to try to pour back like the diamonds back in to the Tic
Yeah,
Tac
it's the Tic
boxes.
Tac ones. I had a couple. I think I got a small one that came as a gift with someone, or
Yeah,
maybe Savannah purchased it or something. And she gave them to. I'm pretty sure Savannah purchased them because it's going back like 5 years ago. And she gave them to. She goes, "Oh, here you can use these." And I tried once, and they went in the bin.
there.
Like I just, yeah.
Somebody told me to get like a funnel. You can get like the 3D printed funnels that specifically fit the Tic Tac boxes, but they just look so
Mm,
awkward to me.
no.
And I'm like,
I,
knowing my luck, I would put that on there and then knock it over. No, thank you. And like the same place that I found that does the Tic Tac box funnels actually does funnels for the Elizabeth Ward containers, which
mhm.
I've contemplated getting one of those. They're like $9, but I've contemplated getting one of those because they're supposed to fit any size because all the openings are the same size.
Yeah,
Just the depth that's
that's
different.
yeah.
And I've thought about getting one just because I have found that as it's getting colder and rainier here, my drills are much more staticky
Mhm.
and it's harder to pour them from the baggies to the containers. Once I get them in the containers, I put, dryer sheets in there and it's fine.
Mhm.
But actually kitting them up, I'm thinking about grabbing one just for the
You
kit
can
up.
you can put a little piece of dryer sheet into the bags themselves and just rub it around.
Okay,
That
I'll try
works
it
too.
too.
Yeah, because my friend Gail at Wombat Hollow Crafts, she does that if they get too staticky in the bag.
Yeah,
Um,
I just have noticed, and I know that it's mostly a climate dependent thing. Some people
mhm.
complain, like on YouTube, and say that it's them, but I don't think it's them. Like I think it's a climate dependent
Oh,
thing
it's
because I've
definitely a
noticed
climate
that
thing. Definitely.
since getting cold, like when I started this in September, it was still hot here. It was still
Mm.
like 70 to 80 degrees. And
Yeah.
I wasn't having really any issues at all with static. It's only been in the last like 2 weeks that I'm like, wow, these are real static.
These are not good. It's always a lot of fun trying to get them out when it's staticky. I didn't know about, like, I don't know how I missed it about the dryer sheet. Like, I don't have a lot of problem with static where I am. I don't have humidity. We get really cold, but I don't necessarily have a problem with static when it is cold. So I have completely either just ignored the comments about dry sheets or just totally overlooked it and missed it. And when I got a set that came in and it was so staticky, and that's when Gail told me about it. Like, I didn't even learn it off YouTube. I actually learned it off a friend. I'm like, I didn't even think of that. And I don't own a dryer, so
Yeah.
because I don't
We don't
use
use
them.
Yeah, we don't use dryer sheets. We use like the balls, like the dryer balls. But
Yeah.
we had extra dryer sheets just because like we used to use dryer sheets. It's only
Yeah.
been the last like 6 months that we started using the dryer balls instead. So I
Mhm.
was like, let me go see if people threw away the dryer sheets. Don't want to throw them away. So I just like grabbed a stack of them. But apparently
Mm.
you can use like static, there's like a static spray you can use too. And you spray it like on
Mm.
the end of a Q-tip. I've actually
Uh,
seen it work. I've
okay.
actually seen it work, like, on YouTube, like, people doing it, but what they
Mm.
do is, like, when they have the baggie, if it's staticky in the baggie, then they'll spray just a little bit. I think it's called, like, static cling or something, but they spray it
Mm.
on the Q-tip, and then they swish it around in the baggie, and it makes it so
Oh,
they don't have to shake, like, worry
yep.
about, like, shaking the bag with the dryer sheet in it, and then they pour it in and then put a dryer sheet in the whatever container they put it up in.
Mm. Mm. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That's a lot easier than cutting up little pieces of
I just
dry
have
sheet.
I literally just have this little container that just holds dryer sheets in it, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I got some like organization stuff from Amazing Crafts because she
Mhm.
does like the customs, and I'm like, you need to like I'm about to get some like mushroom jars or something to like move these
Yep.
into because I'm like I'm just like gunking up my containers. This is a trash container and this is dryer sheets, and I'm like,
'Cause you can buy those Elizabeth, what is it, Elizabeth Warden, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
Elizabeth Ward, yeah.
Yeah, you can get single ones, can't you? You can just buy containers.
You can, but I'm gonna
Mhm.
say this. I don't do it that way because I don't feel like they're cost effective.
True. Yeah.
I feel like because I pay we'll say between 20 and $40. $40 is like on the high end because they can
Mhm.
run as much as like 39.95
Yep.
USD. For the whole tray, which gives me I think you get 85 pieces like in total, which I think it's like 85 pieces counts like the container it comes in or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
I personally never paid more than $25 for one, but that's because
Yep.
I just wait till they go down on Amazon.
Mhm.
But to buy like the individual containers, the amount that you get in each container varies. So like the biggest container, I think you only get 3 per package. So
Yep.
if you which I don't use this that much, okay? But
No.
like even for I think you get 15 of the really little ones, I still would have to buy like a pack of 3 and that's going
Mm.
to cost me about as much as it would to just buy a whole container.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
kind
No,
of at
that's
the
fair enough.
point where I'm like I'm just going to end up with like 10 of these just like containers and then just mix and match them because it's more cost effective and that way I don't have containers floating around.
Yeah, and they stack on top of each other too, don't they?
Yeah, they stack. I can't show you right now because they're upstairs, but like the two that I have.
This stuff on my chest because remember when I had that
You were.
tea?
Yeah, it's fine.
He put it on my chest because I was coughing way too much and he said that it will help my cough.
Okay, go upstairs, please. Love you. Go ahead. Ooh, wow, he definitely put vapor rub on you. Okay, go ahead.
Vapor rub?
That's what it's
not
called.
vapor rub.
That's what it's called. Yeah. All right, go upstairs. Lay down, please. I'll come check you in a little bit. Go.
Can I grab my medicine and come down here?
I'll come give it to you when I come upstairs. Go. Thank you. Love you so much. But they stack like the two that I have kitted up upstairs, the poster size ones, which they will come downstairs at some point. We shut the door. All the way. Thank you. They they stack, like I have them stacked right now on my closet shelf. Like my
Okay, cool.
above closet shelf. And they stack pretty flush together. Like I don't know how they would stack if you don't have the lids on them. But I just snap the lids because they
Yeah.
have like they have like things. I don't have the lid in here, but like you put the lid on and then this like hooks over the top.
Yeah, so it's a flat, because you were using one as a tabletop at one stage too, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
sometimes I use them I use them to stack things on. Like it's fine. Like because it's flat. Like when it like it lays flat.
Yeah.
So they stack really well, but my thought is like then I don't have a bunch of just random boxes floating around, because I was like, how do I store these if I just buy the individual boxes?
That
So
makes sense.
it's a space issue, but also a cost issue. I'm not going to pay $40 for just these when I can just buy a whole
lot. Yeah.
tray set, you know?
Yeah. And then it's all together and you don't have to worry about anything getting broken or lost or anything like that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I am working on my ginormous piece. This is Serafina. I'm 2 days behind, mainly because I've been giving my arm a rest so I don't strain my arm again. But, yeah, she's coming together all right. I've been mostly working over here on this side. We've got our... I think it's like a timer, and then we've got a spell book and her crystal ball that I've worked on in the last couple of days. So yeah, it's wait, there it goes, microphone. So I'll be doing a bit of that today, and yeah, and a little bit of other stuff I've got to do as well, getting ready for a retreat and whatnot. But yeah, mostly just crafting today, and I'll be reading Wheel of Time, which I had a bit of a jump start on that. I'm going up to chapter 14 today, which is 283 pages into the book, and I'm currently sitting on 201 pages at the moment. And after that, I don't know what I'm going to be listening to or reading. So yeah, that's pretty much all I'm doing today. So yeah. All right, we might find out who is in the comments. So currently we are streaming to both Dusty Book Sniffers and also to Neva's channel as well, and also to my craft channel. Yeah, so we thought that we'd do a little bit of an experiment and see how we went, and then at least there's something going up on Neva's channel as well at the same time. So yeah, two birds, as they say. All right. We have Elena has joined us. Hello, how are you? It's the first time that they've been joining us together and whatnot. So yeah, that's cool. And 28% into their book. Excellent, excellent. Crystal is also here. Good morning. Working from home. But meeting free today and just working on data analysis. Awesome. I like working from home. It's meetings that I don't like.
Okay, what happened? I'm sorry. Ari's in here. Go. Good night. Love you so much. Okay, what happened?
I don't know.
Close the door.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay. Sorry. Ari came in here and then I muted it because the door, when you open it, it makes a noise. I'm like, not everyone wants to hear this creaky ass door. Okay, so what happened? What's going on?
So yeah, Crystal's working from home today and has no meetings, which is good. Can you see comments and everything? Because this is all new to Neva. Yeah. I don't know what you can see and what you can't.
I can see all different comments. I can also like click them. I'm not going to, but I can click them. Because every time you click a comment, it says hide current comment.
Yeah.
At the top. So like I mean it to me it looks exactly how StreamYard looks when I'm streaming.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So yeah, we're playing around with how to do StreamYards, and we're bringing everybody for the ride. So for those that don't know, if you are on Neva's channel, you actually can't see the comments that are happening on Dusty's channel, but you will see all comments come up
And
on
I
the screen.
and like I know Bree, which she's like down always. But
Yeah.
like I saw Bree's comment, Brianna's comment come in, and I know that she's like she can see this from my channel because it
Yep.
shows a little membership badge next to her name
Yeah. Okay. So when you're looking at the screen,
on my
can you
end.
see how long we've been live for and how many people are
Yeah.
watching? If you hover on that watching, it'll drop down. It'll tell you how much is on each channel.
Oh, that's fun.
So, yeah. So we're a little bit excited. We're working out technology and we're doing it live, and nothing's going wrong so far. So, so if it all goes wrong, you'll know why. It's just making it a bit easier for Fridays for us as well. So yeah. And anybody that knows, Neva is actually in the Northern Hemisphere and I'm in the Southern Hemisphere. And so Ari's going to bed right now. So Neva will mute every now and again. So yeah.
She'll hear in about like, but when we start the first sprint, I'll go in and like tuck her in and everything, and then she'll be good for the night. But
Yeah.
for now, there's people in the house that usually aren't in the house, so she's nosy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
She's being a typical child. I need to know what's going on. I need to be in the loop. I must know. It's all good. It's all good.
Honestly,
I've got a granddaughter who's exactly the same. She hears a noise and like you don't see her for hours. She's entertaining herself. As soon as that front door opens, what's going on?
who's here? What's happening? And I'm like, you are nosy. Like you were in your room watching TV. No care. I yelled your name 3 times and you did not hear me. But you hear somebody talking and you're like, oh, that sounds like a different person. What's happening? No. Crystal, listen, I loved both of these books, but Divine Rivals is still my entire personality. We're not going to talk about it, okay? Because at this point, it's like a running joke at my job that I use this bag, okay? And actually, I tried to switch bags the other day, and I promptly switched back. So
But I
I
was going to say I don't think that there is any other choice except for Divine Rivals, and I haven't read it, but I know how you feel about it.
Divine Rivals is just the best book I've read. Maybe that's my slump problem. Maybe that's the problem because
Wait.
I don't think have I had a 6-star book since Divine Rivals.
I don't think you have.
I'll have to check. I don't think I've had a 6-star book since Divine Rivals. I know I've had 6-star books before Divine Rivals. But then Divine Rivals, it came and it conquered. I'm just saying. I don't think I'm checking my story graph because I don't think I've had. I mean, I have read 95 books this year. Will I hit my goal of 115? Okay, yeah. I have okay, so since reading Divine Rivals, I have had a couple of 6-star books, it looks like. So not that book. That was not a 6-star. So Little Thieves was a 6-star book for me. Cross was a 6-star book, but here's the thing: is it looks like Free Me. I gave that one. Well, I gave the whole series 5 stars because I gave every book in this. Fucking Wild was my last 6-star book, I think, because I don't think I gave. I'm pretty sure I gave Don't Tell a Soul. I'm pretty sure I gave that 5 stars when I read it.
Yeah,
like a solid. It was a very solid, like very high 5-star. But it was a YA horror, and I don't know. I'm very picky with my 6 stars for YA, even though technically I think is Divine Rivals YA? I don't know, but it was a 6-star book, so it doesn't really matter. But like, I tend to give YA fantasy 6 stars before other genres.
Yep. I don't do 6 stars. I just go to 5 as 5. If I start adding more stars in, it's just going to get very confusing for me. So,
See,
yeah.
and I only started incorporating the 6 stars this year because I don't remember. Oh, it was Bonded by Thorns was the first book of the year that I gave 6 stars, and it was because I didn't feel like 5 stars articulated how I felt about the book. So I was like, how can I articulate this? And then, booktube or book talk, I mean, which is a cesspool. Don't go there.
No.
But book talk was talking about how like a few years ago people were doing 6 stars. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna bring the 6 stars back for me. Like, I don't expect anybody else to do it. But there's been very few books this year that have gotten 6 stars, and some I gave 6 stars and then demoted after I read Divine Rivals. So that's fine. I mean, not demoted like a lot, but like demoted to 5-star books.
Sorry, you can't be here anymore. Off your pop.
You can't sit with us.
That's it. The cool kids are over here. You are not cool anymore. Off you go. Oh, dear me. Where are we up to? There we are. 70% into Hold My Girl by Kareen Carr.
Carlene?
Yeah.
Carlene? I
I don't know. Carlene, yeah. I don't know. Obviously, I need new glasses. These are not the glasses that I should be wearing. I've got new script ones, but they buggered up the transition in it. So I've got to read like this. And this is not very comfortable to do. So I'm still using my old ones until they fix my other ones. So yeah. So a few things will look a little bit blurry. Hey Chris, how you going? Welcome to the Friday chaos. Everybody can hear me, which is good. That was way back when. Going to be cleaning for the first sprint at least. Awesome. This is actually not a Sandra. Okay. But ML.
it's ML.
Okay.
So
Okay.
for anyone who doesn't know, Ollie and ML, or Alessandra, we just call them Ollie. Ollie and ML are partners.
Yep.
They live in the same house. And sometimes ML will be hijacking Ollie. That's all. That's all it is.
I was confused. And so this is where you were saying that that
Yeah. So
Bree's on your channel.
Can you see the little mark thing that's next to her name? Yeah, because that's like her little membership.
Yep.
Badge.
Cool.
Because people join membership. Y'all are gonna get some content. I'm sorry, I was sick last week. I actually had content planned for the membership, and I was like, I have let the world down. It's fine. It's okay.
You were not well at all.
I was not well. Like, so we did sprints Thursday, and I had plans for Friday. Like Friday, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try to film, some vlog updates and like do some other things. I was like, Friday's gonna be my reading day, because Fridays are really like my day. Like because I have 3 days off now, right? But Saturdays I usually like clean, like do other things, like with Ari, because she's off school, right? Well, this week she's off school all week because it's fall break, so I've gotten no sleep. It's fine. But usually on Fridays, like I, late, like I relax and like I read and like I do those things. No, last Friday I slept. Like, I'm actually surprised that I got up in time to get Ari off the bus, because I got her off the bus and we immediately went back to bed. And then I remember Mr. Reading with Neva coming in at like 8 p.m. and being like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think this cold has just wiped me out. Like, I'm just really tired." Like, I was like, I just need to sleep it off. And then I don't remember him coming back until like 11:30 when he came in and told Ari she needed to turn the TV off and go to bed. So like, I lost like whole chunks of time that day. Did I get any reading done? No. And then I had to text Brianna and Brittany, and I was like, I know we're supposed to do this collab that was supposed to go up. It's supposed to go up Saturday, but we pushed it back a week because I was like, I don't have these books read. And they were like, "Can we? You think another week?" And I'm like, "Yeah, another week would be great. Like, I can get them read in a week." But my Friday reading day did not happen.
Well, you were not well, because Thursday night you started out okay and you hit about the 9-hour mark, 10-hour mark, and then you could just slowly see your voice was starting to go, and you're like, I'm fine. I'm like, I'm sitting here going, I don't think you are, Neva.
Yeah. I got off and I got Ari the rest of the way ready for school because she came down while we were still going.
Yeah.
And I put her on the bus and I came back inside and I was like, I'm just going to finish this little diamond painting square. And I didn't even get the square done. And it was a round that I was working on. I didn't even get the square done. I just put the release paper back over it and I went upstairs and probably slept for like, I don't know, 18 hours or something ridiculous. Like,
yeah, you obviously needed it.
So I'm better.
And you sound a lot better. Chris was saying that I might need to go into Chrome and update, so I will do that after sprints today. Go in and have a bit of a dig around. I've given everything else permission, but yeah, so we'll see how we go. That could be just that my computer's got mic's just stopped working in my computer, which is the thing, because it's not a new computer. It's 4 or 5 years old, so. And I haven't done a boot time scan either. I haven't done any maintenance on it in a couple of months, so I need to probably get in, do some maintenance and all that sort of stuff, but I don't have time in the next 2 weeks to do that, so it'll have to wait.
Yes, I've already we're not going to talk about the fact that I have not only pre-ordered the sequel in hardcover or whatever it's coming out. I'm pretty sure it's hardcover. I need to actually order the physical copy of Divine Rivals. But I also pre-ordered it in digital and audiobook format because am I going to read it physically? No, I'm not. But do I want it on my shelf? Yes, I do. So
working on a Jade War. I can see you getting every sort of, if there's ever a special edition that comes out of it on it. I can just see a whole wall.
Yes, there have been like Fairy Loot special editions that you can't get now. Like, because like, I mean, I jumped on this train a little late, I think, because like we're not late, but like I noticed it was on Kindle Unlimited because people started were reading it and talking about it. So I was like, well, let me go. I was gonna go buy it. On my Kindle, I was like, oh, I'll just go buy it, no big deal, because like the library was like months out hold wise, so I was like, I'll just go buy it, and then it was on Kindle Unlimited, so I got on Kindle Unlimited, and when I tell you, like, I highlighted it, like I just highlighted the crap out of this Kindle Unlimited, like it's still sitting in my Kindle Unlimited library to remind me to go purchase it as an ebook. And then I'm like, I literally was like, if anyone is getting rid of Fairy Loot editions of this book, please
go,
because I will buy all of them. Like I don't even care. Like I will dedicate a bookshelf to Divine Rivals at this point. People are gonna be like, "What is wrong with you? Why do you have?" Mr. Reed is gonna be like, "Why do you have 15 copies of the same book?" And I'd be like, "Do you see the covers though?"
We don't have like I've noticed. Brittany got it yesterday. I watched her video and she said that she couldn't leave without buying it because you'd be disappointed in her if she did. I had a bit of a giggle at that.
I need to actually go back and rewatch because I listened to it, like listen to her video at work.
Yeah.
And I can't comment a lot of times, and I feel bad because like I like to comment on people's stuff, so, especially my friends, so they know like, hi, I came and watched your video. So I need to go back and rewatch it, but I would have been so disappointed if she had told me like, oh, I saw Divine Rivals at the bookstore and not bought it. What do you mean? Which is actually why I'm waiting to buy it, because I'm hoping to get it from Barnes and Noble when we go to Barnes and Noble for my birthday. I want to buy it then.
That's what our cover looks like.
I know, it's so pretty. I just love it. I need to figure out.
That's the paperback, so that's what it looks like. And it's not available on Kindle Unlimited here in Australia.
I will take the paperback, the hardcover, the mini book. I do not care. Okay. I'm just, but I'm really trying to be, I've been on a no buy for books because I know that I'm going to go for my birthday, like on my birthday to buy books. And I'm like, we don't need to spend hundreds of dollars. Plus, like I spent so much on diamond painting. We're not going to talk about it, how much I spent.
Yeah, we don't talk about that bit. Coda is about to we're about to walk over to a used book sale at the church by the house. I'll have you on my headphones and start reading when we get back. Awesome. I have a mug rug that a mug rug. I don't know why I said that. That is crafting. It's not what that is. With diamond painting.
The full picture will look
is.
like this. So there's a
Yeah.
lot more of these like 2 light blue colors than I thought. These like light blue.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm gonna feel about this when it's done, because I feel like the light blue that's in this is much more subtle
Mm-hmm.
than the color that they gave me for this diamond painting.
So
We'll
I
see.
find that too sometimes. Like you look at the color in like there was a color I don't know whether it was on this one or it was on that one, which you probably can't even see, but where is it? There it is there. That one there.
Yeah.
That looks so fluorescent, like in comparison to the other colors. It must be this one. And then when I put it with the other colors, it just blended in.
And that's what I'm hoping for, because actually in the round that I did, the Harry Potter round that I did, which was Flying Friends, that was the one with Harry and Hedwig in it.
Yep.
The color that they gave me for the moon in comparison to the photo looked very orange. Like it was orange, okay? Like as orange as and the fruit. But then when I got it in there, I still felt like it was a bit too orange, like the AB, because it was an AB that they gave me. And I still felt like it could have been a bit more subtle or a more yellow, maybe not really more subtle, but more yellow. But once it was in there and everything was together, overall it looked fine. I personally would have liked it to be a bit more pale or a bit more yellow, one or the other. But ultimately, like compared to the original image, it did work fine. And I don't think anyone else but me would be like, wow, that's a terrible color. And I didn't think it was a terrible color. I just wish it had been more yellow. So I'm hoping that this will work the same way, because I can already see this lighter blue blending into the background with the darker as I put more down. So I'm like, maybe it'll be fine.
Bree is importing all Fiji footage.
I can't wait for the Fiji footage.
Yeah, the picture looks pretty good.
I cannot wait.
So yeah, because it was quite confusing when Bree said in the co-host chat, 3 hours ahead even of the Australian, and I'm like, that means she's in our neck of the woods, but she's over near New Zealand. Like I'm straight away, yeah, she'd be around New Zealand somewhere, I was thinking. So yeah. Ali does say hi. Hello.
Hi, Ollie.
Hello. I'm happy these sprints are happening today. That is awesome. Neva, it looks really great.
Thanks so much. I'm so proud of this, because we remember at the beginning. Here's what I did right.
We're not your favorite at all.
here's what I did right with this pattern, and I'm probably going to do it with the other one. I relayed my release paper so that I did the entire edge. Now the edges that I did are not even, like I didn't count them or anything like that. I just kind of laid the release paper down, called it a day.
Yeah.
But then what I did was I covered the middle first, and then and then did the edges. So I did all the way around the parameter, all the way around. And now I'm working on the middle, which has all of like the yellows and the oranges and the blues in it, because I have figured this out. I do not enjoy, in rounds or squares, I don't enjoy large blocks of color that are dark. If they're like a fun color, I get bored, but like it's fine. But this dark blue was really harsh in my vibe, bro. Like I was not about it. I was like, this is so boring. Get it over with. So I had to do like the outside and then move into the middle, and I think I'll do that with the second one, because the other one, it also has a lot of dark blues and blacks in the background, and then you move into like colors. The Randall Spangler, we don't have that issue, because it's just a lot of
it's just color everywhere. It's just color everywhere.
I will say that I am excited to buy my next square, which will be a Randall Spangler. I already have it picked out on DAC because now I feel like I enjoy squares. I mean, they
Yes.
do take longer for me. They're
Yeah.
harder for me to do. But luckily, I can keep my favorite artist as Randall Spangler because I was like, you can't have Randall Spangler be your favorite artist and not do squares. Like, you can't. You
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah. Well,
It doesn't.
that's exactly right. And that's the same as with a lot of Lisa Parker ones as well. She does like cat imagery and stuff like that that are a bit witchy and
Yeah.
whatnot. And most of them, I think there's only been 2 that I've seen elsewhere. Most of them are over on Heaven and Earth, and they're all square. They don't do
Yeah.
round.
And I mean, me and Rounds, we'll always be bosom buddies because
Yeah.
I just feel like Rounds make me feel accomplished and squares give me something to work toward,
Yeah.
But I will not be doing the 5-foot Randall Spangler. I will not be doing that.
That's what
Unless
you say now. I've heard
unless
many people say, I'm not doing this one. And then next thing you
here's
know, they're
here's how it
doing
would
it.
happen, okay? If all of our dreams came true and when Mystery Reading with Neva gets his big plot of land and we all have like our own little houses, on the property, and then we have the big house where we like
Yep.
gather for things, then I will. Because I've already told him that when this happens, I have to have a craft room. If I have a craft room that has a long table, I'll figure out how to do like the pool noodle method, to roll it up. Then and only then will I break it out. Will I buy it and do it? It's like $100. Like, it's so expensive.
Yeah. Imagine being me. It's like, I
But
think
I
it's
will
like
do it.
$180. I think with the
If
conversion, it's 180.
if we are still doing these sprints in a year and this has come to fruition, then you will see me say, I'm now
It's
doing
here.
a 5-foot Randall Spangler because I also need. Here's the thing: I can't roll that up and put it away. I need
No.
somewhere that I can hang it, even if
But
it's like it's
it's not.
Christmas.
Oh yeah, it's the Christmas train,
It's
isn't
the
it?
Christmas train one, and
Yeah.
it would take up like a whole wall. But like I could frame it, or I don't know, how would you frame that? I don't know, a custom frame. I don't know, but like you could hang it on your wall during
It's a big
Christmas
frame.
time. But then I would need somewhere nice to like store it, like a closet
Yeah.
to like store it. But I would hang that sucker up every year. And if people were like,
Yeah.
"What is this?" I would be like, "This is the King of Diamond paintings." And I did it. Okay. It took me a year to do it.
Every time my partner walks out and sees these diamond paintings hanging up, he just starts shaking his head and goes, "You have way more patience than I have."
That's what Mr. Reed when he says too. He's like, and he'll be so proud of us when we get one done. I'll be like, "Look, I got it done." He'll be like, "Wow, it looks so nice." You know what I mean? He's like, "But I'm not doing that shit."
That's fair enough.
Because we tried to get him to do it. We were like, "Maybe it would help." Like he has ADHD too, and he was like, "No, do." And I was like, "You don't want to put down the
It
diamonds."
calms you.
I was like, "It's very
Yeah.
relaxing. You can watch your anime while you do it. You'll just have to watch it dubbed and not subbed because I don't know how you're gonna read the screen and lay down your diamonds." But he has really no interest.
Yeah. Yeah, my partner has no interest either. He just shakes his head as he walks past. I'm like, I like it. Okay, it's all right. All right. Well, we've reached 43 minutes. We usually go to our first sprint at this time, so Ari can get off to bed and everything like that. So I'm going to star this next comment, so. We'll be back in 45 minutes, and we're just not going to have the cackling witch today because I didn't want to scare all the peoples today. We're just going to go with our little fairy chimes at the end.
Oh, also, Kay, I see this. I'm going to answer this really quick because it just came in.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. The hosts. I'm going to I realize that I have not posted the graphic to YouTube. I posted it to Instagram. So the hosts for the 24-hour sprints this weekend, they do start tomorrow at noon. It will be me, Nicole. I don't know the order. I'm sorry. It will be me, Nicole, Kelsey, Crystal, Aoife, and Brianna. I believe that's the order. Yes. So me, the literal order is me, Nicole, and then Kelsey and Rainey will be on Kelsey's channel together. Then Crystal, Aoife, and Brianna, and then Margaret is our very first special guest of 24 Hours Friends. We've never done that before, because Margaret will be popping in when Margaret has the time and wants to. My guess is she'll probably be on maybe like with Brianna, maybe at nighttime at some point. I don't know, but I got a new phone or something, so she didn't see, because I was like, wow, like Margaret didn't jump on doing 24 Hour Sprints. But she messaged like the other day and was like, I'm sorry, I just got this Instagram back on my phone, whatever.
Yeah.
So I told her I would just list her as a special guest. So
Mhm.
Margaret is our special guest.
That's fine. So Margaret can just pop in anywhere in any given time.
At midnight, K is Crystal. I'm at noon. I'm always at noon. So
And then I'm
my
following Neva.
slot never moves because it feels weird to me to do any other slot if it's my thing. So like I feel like I should, get it started. Yeah, so I will start at noon and then midnight will be Crystal.
Mhm. Awesome. All right. We're ready for a sprint? Excellent.
Ready.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you in 45 minutes, everyone. Happy reading and crafting. not have a phone at the moment. Alrighty. So, how did you go?
I have 5 minutes left of this episode. Unbelievable. Okay, there's drama already. I'm so sucked in, bro. I'm so sucked in. I also went and got more. So, Mr. and Neva made salmon for dinner, which is like, are we about to have salmon again for my birthday in like 2 weeks? Yes. Would I also eat salmon every day of the week?
Yes.
Yes.
I would
So
too.
I got more of that, which is like sitting off camera. I'm not gonna subject y'all to watching me eat salmon because I love it. But I did get a little bit more of this done. I will say, I tucked Ari in as well. She's in bed watching TV for an hour. But I will say it's slow, but I have figured out how to multi-place with squares, which makes it go faster. So we're getting there. You know what I mean? Will I finish this tonight? If I do, I'll be surprised, to be honest. This at least this has a bit more. I don't even know if this would be considered confetti. I don't. I'm confused what confetti is because I feel like when people talk about confetti, it's just like a throw up of colors all like in one spot.
Yeah, that is confetti. So in cross-stitching terms, it's where
Yeah.
you've got to change colors all the time. So it's, yeah.
I mean, there's like a lot of colors in this space, but I don't know if it would necessarily be confetti.
Confetti, well, my interpretation of confetti is usually when it's just like a heap of random colors. And there's only one or two.
It's definitely
drills.
not. Like, there's definitely spots where I can like multi-place. But yeah, so I mean, I made some strides here.
That's good. I got about halfway through the section that I'm doing today. My sections, for those that don't know, are about this big. I'm a couple of days behind, so I'm going to probably try and get 2 or 3 of these sections done today. And I have my sections. So right now I'm doing section 4 because I have my sections numbered from 1 to 30, and I'm supposed to do one section a day, but I wasn't here yesterday, and by the time I got back after bouncing around in the truck all day, I did not feel like doing anything at all. So it was just like, I'm sitting on the couch and I'm just going to watch TV. And that's what I did. Of course, I cooked tacos and all that sort of stuff when I got home for Nerale, but no crafting got done yesterday. So today I'm playing catch up. And earlier on in the week, I ended up filming 7 videos this week and edited them all and put them all up. So 2 were tutorials, 1 for Patreon, 1 for the craft channel, and then there was diamond paint with me, a haul diamond painting, and a cross stitch one. So yeah, nothing got done yesterday. Because like that, anybody that films and does bulk filming knows how tiring that is. And like on Tuesday, I did 5 videos, edited those 5 videos, and also had them upload, as well as done thumbnails and descriptions and all that sort of stuff for them.
I think people don't realize like how tiring sitting in front of the camera talking is.
Yeah, it's because you've got to be switched on.
Yeah, like you can't just be like not focused. Like it takes actual brain power to do it. But I think that people that like don't do YouTube or don't really know what happens like behind the scenes are like, but you're just sitting in front of the camera. Yeah, but I'm just sitting in front of the camera and I have to be like, hi, how is everybody? Like,
yeah, you're not going to really watch someone that gets out of bed and, doesn't do their hair for the day,
you
on
can't
my
be
day
like,
off.
this is how I woke up.
And
So
it's all
good
over,
morning.
no makeup on, and it's like, hey, I'm just going to sit here and drink my coffee.
How you doing?
That's not exciting to people. So you have to be switched on.
I feel like even the vlogs that are like a day in my life vlogs, like where you see them like from the time they get up to the time they go to bed. I feel like even those are like curated.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like you're not actually seeing what I look like at 6:30 in the morning. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You're not actually seeing what I look like when I roll out of bed. I promise you that. I promise.
It's like I usually I usually have to wear my hair up. If I don't, I look like it's just and I'm looking through slits and I'm not talking to anybody first thing in the
Right.
morning. It's just like just get out of my face. Just let me get my coffee and then I'll be nice to you. Up until that point, just don't talk to me. I'm a lot friendlier than I am, in person. And whatnot. So yeah. And I'm almost up to chapter 14 where I need to be on Wheel of Time. And then I went and had a look. And then I'm going to move on to, I'm at about 100 pages, I think. Let me just have a look. Yeah, I'm at 95 pages in Always Practice Safe Hex by Juliet Cross. So that's what I'm going to move on to next. So yeah, I'm looking forward to reading that because that's a fun series, that one. Always a fun time. And it's a bit of, I think it's an enemies to lovers one, this one. Yeah. So, and it's like supernatural beings in it. We've got a witch and a grim this time, a grim reaper. So that's going to be interesting. And they're very domineering and whatnot. All right, let's have a look where we were at before we went to, we've got tons of comments. Eating dinner, and we'll be reading Belladonna. I'm just going to say welcome to everybody on both Neva's channel, and we are very behind in the comments, so most of you will probably hear from the beginning. It always looks better from a distance, Neva.
I mean, and no one is. It's like an art print, right? Like there's an art print like right in front of me. Like I'm not gonna go and like stand like this in front of the print. Like no one does that.
No. And if
No
they
one
do, they need to leave. Like if they're
right.
coming
And
in to judge you for your crafting.
if you come into the house and you see one of my diamond paintings hanging and you put your face so close to it that you can see the imperfections, we're not friends. Okay. You don't purposely look for the imperfections of my diamond painting. That's just rude.
That's right. You'll turn around and you'll find Neva standing at the door just pointing.
I'm like, it's so nice to have you here. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. You know what I'm saying? Goodbye. Absolutely not. But I mean, but I do know, like, looking at it, because like my face is close to this painting because it has to be to put the painting together. I know that my lines are not smooth. Okay. Also, I will say it's too late to do it for this one. But on the other one, when I take the release papers off to lay them back down, I am gonna washi tape the edges. I think that will help some. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm just too lazy to washi tape my edges most of the time. So like I did for the Randall Spangler one because like I care about that painting. Like I need it to come out
perfect.
Nice. Okay.
As perfect as you can get it, yeah.
But I think I'm going to just start. I mean, I have so much freaking washi tape now because of the DAC kits that I bought. Because DAC sends you washi in their toolkit. So I'm just gonna start just doing that and just see if that helps me. If not, I mean, at least the washi tape gives me something pretty to look at. Also, I need an excuse to buy washi tape from Simply Gilded, and if I'm not using the washi tape I already have, then I can't really justify buying pretty washi tape. You know what I mean? But like Simply Gilded has like foils and stuff. I mean, do I need it?
Yes.
No.
Yes. I'm here to tell you yes.
Will it make my crafting life better?
Yes. Yes to everything. And Tina's very right here. We are very self-conscious and we see the small issues and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. I'm not judging. I'm just happy to have ready.
Totally. Because I'm just like, wow, these lines are not straight. And then you show it to like Mr. Review and he's like, wow, that came out so great. And I'm like, thanks.
Just don't get too close to it. Good afternoon, Monica. Monica is in New Zealand, so that's why it's good afternoon. Yes, New Zealand. What a week I've had. So happy to be hanging and chilling out with us all. Brittany was also in the comments as well. Hello. I'm reading Spy Family Volume 3 and 6 Foot Deep Dish by Mindy Quickly. Awesome. Of Butterfly and Books. Hello, welcome. There's a couple of things that I have to do tonight. Make a shopping list for my parents, do research on a phone I would like to get, and make my TBR for next week. Excellent. Busy night. Hopefully we can help you get through that. And Snazzy Moose is also here. Hello. We only go to Walmart once a month, and that's the only place I buy my craft supplies. I'm sick and I can't go, so I need to make a detailed list for my parents. Yes. Tina actually sent me a message on Discord this morning asking for my vampire tea. So the recipe is over in Discord if anybody wants it. If you're sick, it really does help. ML is now back on their own device, which is great. Congratulations, Neva, 550 subscribers.
Oh,
you
thank
go.
you. Thank you. To be honest, so I saw this when the comment popped up. I saw it and I was like, "Am I at 550 subscribers?" I definitely am. I don't pay attention. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't usually pay attention unless it hits like the next 100. Just because like I'm not really one to like obsess over numbers. So like unless I mean Mr. Reed when he will sometimes be like, how many subscribers do you have now? Like that type of thing. And like then I'll look. But I don't like I even when I open up like my studio app like to check comments and stuff, I don't pay attention to the number a lot because if people ask me how many, I have to go look.
Yeah, I don't pay attention like I on the craft channel because I've just gone over 30,000, and the only reason that I paid attention to that is because I was coming up to that 10,000 mark. But when I first started my channel, my partner also started a channel as well, and he was obsessed with those numbers, and it drove me absolutely mental because he just started. I struggled to get 1,000 subscribers in a year on my craft channel back in 2018. He started and had 1,000 subscribers in like 2 months or something. And I'm like,
oh no.
I just looked at him and I went, you suck. Like no effort was put in, whatsoever. I'm like, you suck. And I just walked away. And he goes, don't be like that. I'm like, no, I'm not getting into these numbers games with you and all this sort of
You're
stuff.
like, I'm over here busting my butt. You're over here doing what? Nothing.
Yeah, I'm standing here he's just standing there talking to the camera, doing live streams and all this sort of stuff, and just talking shish about cars and whatnot. And his numbers were going up. And then we did a road trip, and we did 8,000 kilometers in 8 days, or 7,000 kilometers in 8 days. And we went to Uluru. So we started in Queensland and we done a big circle and ended up in the center of Australia, went to Uluru, and we filmed our journey and all the rest of it. And while we were on that trip, one of my videos got pushed out into the algorithm, and I had someone helping me back here at the office, and she was sending me texts. She goes, "Oh my god, overnight you got 100 subscribers." So I got boosted out, and my video now has like, I think it's like 260,000 views on it or something, on this particular video. And yeah, and it was getting pushed out. So for a month, I just boosted, and I was catching up to him. And so on the trip, it was a race to see who was going to get to 5,000 subscribers. And then we got to, I think it was a couple of hours from home, and he hit 5,000 subscribers before I did. But then he has sort of stalled at 10,000 because he stopped putting out content, whereas I kept putting out content and have ended up at 30,000. So, which is a lot of work. For anybody that has been around for a while knows that I have done a lot of work on that channel. So yeah, I still would like to be, massive, but can't have everything you want.
I found that it was stressful for me to pay attention to how many. So I was like, once I hit like 250, I was like, if this is all that I get, it's all that I get. Like,
Fine.
I was
Yeah.
good at like 250. I was like, cool, whatever. And then Mystery Winnie was like, no, you got to get to 500 so you can be at least like partially monetized. I was like, okay. And then like, but I didn't really pay a lot of attention. And then like when I hit, I think I had hit 503 before I even realized I'd hit 500.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, I hit 500, whatever. But like, I don't know. I don't pay that much attention.
So here in Australia, we don't get the partial monetization. We still have to wait for the 1,000 and 4,000 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. So they're slowly releasing that throughout. I think England is about to get it on theirs as well. Shadow Hunted Wizard. Hello, friends. Not sure what I'm going to read yet. That's okay. Do you have any choices for us? We may or may not get to them before the next sprint. ML saying hi. Jessica, hey, Monica. Hi, ML. Hey, Jessica. How are you? All the things. We'll go through all these. Just skip all over those. Has there ever been a book or part of a book that you felt like your autobiography? And if you were to write it, what would you call it? No, I don't think so. Like some things are, things that you go through and that I guess you can see in books and all the rest of it. But I don't think I'd ever write one. If I ever to write one, I would have no idea because I've never given it any sort of thought. What about you, Neva?
I'm actually giving this thought.
Okay, cool.
I actually have started writing an autobiography. Is anyone going to see it? Probably not. It was like it spurred from like therapy homework because I need a therapist that gives me homework. Like that's just. Do I always enjoy the homework? No, I do not.
No.
But I will remember nothing that we spoke about if you don't give me something to do like around what we spoke about. So she originally just wanted me to write like about my mother, which sounds very cliche, I know, but like we have a lot of trauma around my mother. Okay. So she wanted me to write about my mother, which spurred into me just like writing more things. I don't think that it doesn't have a name. It's just about me. But I don't know that. Here's the thing with me writing a book about myself, I feel like I would traumatize people. Like it would be one of two things. Okay, it would be like Jeanette McCurdy when she wrote her book, where it just like traumatized people, or no one would believe what I was writing. It would be like one of the two things.
Yeah,
because I don't really talk about, but like especially on the internet, like I don't really talk about like my trauma, and so like people don't need to know all that. But I feel like the little bits that I've told like my friends, like Brittany, like I've told Brittany stuff. And she's like, wow. Because like it's unbelievable. It sounds like a Hollywood movie.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like it's a very personal thing to write about your life and whatnot. And I wouldn't want to write one because it'd just bring the cockroaches out of the woodwork. And because
because if it like blew up, it would, for me too, like it would definitely like bring people out. And I'm like, do I want to deal with you?
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. I don't want to deal with you.
Like,
I've dealt with you and you're in my past and you can just
clearly,
stay right there.
I haven't dealt with you for years, so why would I want, and now you're gonna come out and be like, wow, I can't believe you wrote about me in your book. I mean, I would change names, to protect the guilty. But
it's not to protect the innocents, the guilty parties, and you all know who you are.
Like I wouldn't put I think even in what I have written, I use like everybody's initials. Like I don't actually use their names. Especially like when it comes to my kids that were adopted, like I don't ever use their names. Ari says their names sometimes because she doesn't know any better, like on sprints and stuff. As far as like if I post things about them or whatever, I tend to use their initials. That is to protect the innocent because they're innocent. But like, I would also change names to protect the guilty because I don't need y'all trying to sue me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, there's that as well, and that's it. Like, I wouldn't want the cockroach, and yeah, like I've had one contact me in the last when was it? It must have been during COVID, and I'm like, I got nothing to say to you. Just go away.
Right? Like,
yeah.
What do you want from me?
Because I don't talk to any of my family at all.
I mean, I talk to some of them, but like
I have
one
uncle that I talk to, and
yeah, like I have an aunt.
else.
I don't speak to her. Okay, I haven't spoken to her since 20. Actually, I don't think I've spoken to her since 2018. I don't think I've talked to her since my opa died. She's my opa's sister. Like, I'm pretty sure I spoke to her at the funeral. It was very brief, and I made a snippy comment about how my opa was now in heaven with Jesus because she's an atheist, and it was funny to me. Because I'm rude. But like the things I would have to write about my aunt and then subsequently my cousin that came from my aunt, like I'd have to change their names because she would probably try to sue me. She'd probably be like, this is defamation or something. I'd be like, it can't be defamation if it's true, ma'am. Like,
yeah, no, I just I'm a bit a firm believer. Let sleeping dogs lie. If you've dealt with it, just let them lie. They'll get their karma.
Like, I don't speak to you, so I don't need to speak about you. That's how I feel.
Yeah, same. So yeah. Shannon, I'm sorry, Coda would be titled Coda Means Friend. Awesome. About to eat dinner. We'll be back later. No worries, thank you. I don't know what this is, so I'm assuming.
Oh, a hot toddy. It's whiskey. It's hot whiskey and honey.
Oh, okay.
And people use it as like throat coat. It doesn't taste good. I'm gonna tell you.
No, like I don't like whiskey, so it's like.
Yeah, so last year when I got sick, me and like a cold, you know what I'm saying? Me and Mr. Reed and Neva were at one of his friends' houses and they were playing D&D, and his friend that was hosting D&D he was like, you want a hot toddy? And I was like, sure, because it works. It just tastes like shit. It doesn't taste good. It's not good. It works. I mean, I don't know if it's because it gets you drunk. You know what I'm saying? Then it feels like it works.
No, whiskey does have a numbing effect.
It definitely does. And and like the honey does like coat your throat.
But yeah. On that. Pineapple juice is actually really good for coughing.
Yeah, except that no one in this house can consume pineapple juice unless we plan on not having any kind of relations with Mr. Reedy Neva. He's very allergic to pineapple juice.
Yeah, fair enough. That's not good. Jen is working on a huge square diamond painting. Started trying tweezers and it's working so much better.
Godspeed to you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just like about down.
Listen, I watched 15 different videos on how to use tweezers for squares, like how to diamond paint with tweezers. I tried. I want to know how these people be multi-placing with tweezers. I can't even single place with a tweezer. So I said, screw it. And I just went right back to my trusty pen. Okay. I mean, I have tweezers here because I do use these to like, if like one is like a little bit not, I use them to like push, stick it in there and like push them. I can't
around,
but I push them, or like if one's just like a little bit off center, I'll kind of shove it in its spot. But like I was trying, okay, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I can't even pick up one. Oh, I picked up one, but then I pick them up, and then it's not straight.
Yeah, I pick them up, and I must squeeze it too hard because then they shoot off.
That happens to me too, and I'm like, you know what? Me and tweezers, I'm grateful. Here's the thing. I will keep ordering square kits just for these tweezers because Diamond Art Club's tweezers are great. They're very sharp, but they're great. But the problem is I use tweezers to like push things where they need to go. I use tweezers to clean out my nibs. I'm pretty sure you're not really supposed to use tweezers to clean these out, but you know what? That's fine. It's fine.
I do
These
too.
are the Diamond Art Club tips. I
Are
will
they
say
good?
this. Yeah. So here's the thing. So these pens are cut, like they're drilled so that you can use the forever placers.
Mm-hmm.
The stainless steel forever stainless steel. I'm not paying that much.
Mm-hmm.
Like people think these are expensive, bro. This one,
Yeah.
I got this one for free, but I think it retails for $8 or $10, and then this one I think
Yeah,
retailed for
I think when
15,
I
and this
looked,
is a
they were
hardcover.
like 18 or something.
The single placer is like, I don't know, it's about the same, like equivalent to this one,
Yeah.
but their 4-placer, they want $25 for a 4-placer. And no. No, baby.
My face pretty much said it all.
No. I will buy more of these, like from Diamond Art Club. They're really good. The only thing I'm gonna tell you is I couldn't get the washi tape method to work in this.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I did hot glue them in.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that worked fine. And I'll even say this. I fucked up the hot glue the first time, so this one like pulled out.
Mm-hmm.
But you can take a tweezer, and I hold it closed like this, but you can take the tweezer and the hot glue is still pliable enough that you can scrape it back out of your pen. So you're not going to like ruin your pen by doing the hot glue, because that's what I was worried about. I was like, what if I ruin my pen? My $100 pen.
I know. I was gonna say no.
But honestly, I really like these, and I feel like my wax lasts longer in the metal tip. Also, yes, it did. So originally, I was not reading Neva. Someone kind gave me this name. I don't know. I guess I was maybe like 2 months into my channel, because my channel name originally was Neva Reads Books. And then my dad decided that he was going to do a bookstagram, and he named it David Reads Books. And I was like, how are you going to steal my name, bro? Absolutely not. So I was like, can somebody give me a new name? Like, I need a new name. And somebody I think I was on Michelle from Michelle's Library. I think I was on her sprints. And someone was like, you could be reading Neva. Now, here's the thing. Okay. It took all of us a very long time to figure out the whole like reading whenever. Like we were not getting that. We just thought that this was like cute, catchy. No one else had this name. It took me like a month to figure out. Yeah. And here's the messed up part is that I went to Mr. Reading with Neva, and I was like, yeah, I have a new channel name. And he was like, okay. He's like, your channel's 2 months old, but sure. And I was like, well, Dad stole my channel name. I know. It's not happening. So I was like, yeah, it's Reading with Neva. And I said it to him, and he was like, wow, that's very clever. Like, he got it. I did not get my own channel name for like a month. So
when I first came across it, I thought, that's cool. I like it. I like it a lot.
yeah. And so I have it's defunct. I mean, you could go follow it if you want. I haven't uploaded anything in like 2 years. But I have like a planner channel. So like I changed all my channel names to meet the aesthetic of Reading with Neva. Because like my planning channel was Neva Plans. I planned it to Planning with Neva. My singing channel was born after the reading channel, so it's Singing with Neva. You know, we got to keep it on brand. I'm not making a crafting channel. There will be no crafting with Neva. I'm sorry. It's all going on the reading channel, because no.
Hence why we're doing a sprint today called Diamonds and Books.
Yeah, because no.
But
yes, it did. My channel did originally have a different name. It was, well, yeah, because it went from like Neva Paris was like originally the channel name, because like, it was just like, it wasn't a channel. It was just just my thing. My Instagram or my YouTube, and then when I got a YouTube, like actually started a channel, I changed it to Neva Reads Books, and now it's Reading with Neva, and I'm not changing it again. So this is just what it is. I don't know how someone else would steal this channel name. So
no. Well, there's no way they could really do that.
Right.
Hello, Jean. How are you today? Still
Oh.
reading Shifter Dragon Daddy's Nanny at that. I'm not too sure about that name.
What?
Daddy's
200
Nanny.
pages. Mm.
Interesting. We'll just leave it at that. A few hellos going on and all the rest of it. Amazon screwed up the paging, I believe that 1,048 pages. Oh my goodness, I don't think so.
No! What?
That's
That's a Stephen King novel.
I know. In a Shifter romance. Oh my goodness, they're already long as it is.
Yeah, because because the thing is like, especially if they've been offered like on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah,
It's the only reason I haven't bought the the Knock 'em Out series or whatever the hell it's called. That's the stupidest name for a town. Knock 'em Out. Anyway, who's that? Lucy Score.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
the things we do in the dark. That's not what it's called.
No, isn't it the things we never get over?
That one. Things we do in the dark. I feel like
they're on my
I feel like
bookshelf.
that's a thriller.
And they're thick. They're like Wheel of Time thickness.
They are. They're like 600-page books. And the thing is so they sell them at my Barnes and Noble because we have, you know, like everywhere else, we have like the book talk table, right? And I was like, maybe I'm trying to decide like what kind of content to do for my birthday, like stuff. But I was like, do I buy these? Because the thing is, like, I really do want to own the fine print books because I would like to reread them and annotate the physical copies.
Mm-hmm.
But they're so chunky. Why? And I understand that it's because they were put on Kindle Unlimited. So originally, like, yeah.
One of them, I'm looking at them. The first one, which is the things we never got over.
Things we never got over, yeah.
Yeah, is this thick.
It's unbelievable. And they get
the
thicker.
other two, which are one's pink and one's purple. The pink one, which is, if I can read it from here, things we hide from the light.
Yeah.
That is thicker than this. And then
they get thicker.
And then the next one is even thicker again. I'm like,
yeah. And the thing is I like their covers, but then when I saw them in store, I was like, why are these so big? Like you could use them as a weapon. I never have to worry about somebody breaking into my house because I can just chuck a book at their head and knock them out and then call the cops.
And isn't it called the Knock 'em Out series?
And then they're gonna be like, "Ma'am, how did you subdue him?" Oh, I threw this brick of a book at their head. I don't have weapons in the house, so we had to improvise. They're gonna be like, "Ma'am," and I'm gonna be like, "Listen, get you some Kindle Unlimited books, okay?"
Yeah, they're huge.
They will
I
not
didn't
sell it.
realize they were that big because I read the first one on Kindle Unlimited, and I
That's why
liked it. And I thought, I'm going to go and get the physical copy. And then they were on special. I got them for like $11 each at Big W, and I'm like, sweet, I'll take them. And they were all there to get, and I'm like, and then I'm like,
this is
so
why.
big. Why are they so big?
I'm not gonna lie to you. This is why, like, if it's available on Kindle Unlimited, I will read it there first. And then decide if I'm going to buy the physicals. So, like, for instance, like the Jacksonville Rays series, I want to wait to buy those until the series is done. But at the same time, I'm thinking that I might go ahead and buy them soon. And the reason is because it seems like Kindle Unlimited authors, I think this is great, by the way, I'm not complaining, but it seems that the Kindle Unlimited authors get picked up and then their covers completely change, and then I miss out on like the indie cover that I originally liked. But Pucking Around is like almost a 600-page book. Now, Pucking Wild was less than that. I think it was like 4 or something, but it's still like a chunky book, bro. Like if I had bought these Kindle Unlimited books as physical books first, they would never be read because looking at them is intimidating. Why am I reading a 600-page romance, like a hockey romance? Like why? But because I read them, like when I read Pucking Around, it took me like 2 or 3 days to read it. Like it didn't take me that long. And I didn't realize how chunky the book was until I went to log it into my reading journal and it said it was like 500 and no, that one was 700 pages. Yeah, that one was like
some of them are huge.
4 pages. And I was like, I just read 784 pages in 2 days. Like, I'm sorry. What? But that's why I read all my Kindle Unlimited books on my Kindle.
Mm.
Because
I'm
then if I
having
buy
issues
them
with my
physically,
Kindle at the moment. It won't it won't pick up my my Wi-Fi for some reason, and then I go to log in, and and it's just driving me mental. So I'm like,
have you tried doing not like a factory reset, but just like resetting it?
I'm going to go in to my device in Amazon and see if there's an issue there. And just I'm not going to do a factory reset because I'll lose all my books, wouldn't I?
So basically, what would happen is it would do like what a factory reset for your phone would do. So
Mhm.
because your Amazon library, right, is backed up.
Yeah,
That's why you can have like multiple
devices.
multiple
Yeah.
Kindles. So like if you do a factory reset, I would just make sure that like everything like on the back end of your Amazon account, like that
Mm.
it looks like, because you can see like what books you own. Like you can see the
Yeah.
things that you own from your settings in Amazon. So I would just check that. Make sure that it appears that you have all the books you're supposed to have. Obviously, if there's like library books or whatever, which I think America is the only one that can send books from Libby to their
Mhm.
device. But I just tell like American people, like, obviously you're gonna have to resend your Libby books if you do
Yeah.
this, because they're
Yeah.
not gonna save them in there. But you could do a factory reset and it shouldn't erase anything. Like it'll
Mm.
just reset, it'll just restore your device like it's a new
Yeah. Yeah. I think
device.
that's what I'm going to have to do because I've been battling with it for the last 2 days, and I only got it last year, so it's not old or
What
anything. It's an
Kindle do you have? The
Oasis.
Oasis?
Yeah, Oasis. Yeah.
I'm thinking about getting one, but I just want it for the house.
Mm.
Because
Mm.
the
I like
reasoning,
it. It sits nicely. It sits nicely in my hand when I'm reading it because it's
yeah.
got that little bit at the back, and I don't have to move my thumb or anything. And it spins. It doesn't matter which way
Yeah, and
you
it's got
turn
those
it.
page
Yeah,
turner buttons. See,
yeah.
the thing is I want my Kindle Paperwhite to be kind of my
Mm,
travel Kindle. I don't know how else to describe it. Like
yeah.
because I have a book sleeve, it's Hello
Hmm.
Kitty, but I have a book sleeve that lives in my work bag, and I
Yeah.
would rather just leave the Kindle in my work bag because my work bag, well, it's my Divine Rivals bag, so it goes
Mm,
everywhere
hmm.
with me, work, travel, wherever I go. But that way I would know that I always have a Kindle because I attach, like, my Kindle is attached to my hotspot on my phone, so
Hmm.
I can sync it wherever I am as long as I have my phone,
Mm,
which I
mm.
always have my phone. But I thought about getting an Oasis for reading in bed just because, like,
'Cause it's got the light too, and
yeah, and then I can
and
hold
you
it with
can
one
dim
hand,
it. Yeah,
click the buttons instead of having to, like,
yeah.
it's very awkward to try to swipe while you're sleeping. I know that's like a first world problem, so judge me if you want. I'm
It's
just
the only reason I got the Oasis because I hate swiping.
because, yeah, the Oasis, and I've heard that the response time for the Oasis with the buttons is faster than the
It is.
Paperwhite.
It's very
Um,
quick.
but I know that there's some discrepancy about battery life if you're a
Oh,
heavy Kindle reader with the
I
Oasis.
own I only charge mine, if I'm reading, like, several books or whatever. I think I've only had to charge it, like, after a week. I wanna say, like, 5, 6 days, and then I have to charge it, and it doesn't take long to charge.
Okay, so I will say, compared to the Paperwhite, then there is a
Mm,
discrepancy. So what I base my stuff off of is I'm a heavy Kindle reader. I read
yep,
90% of my books on the
yeah,
Kindle. If I'm not reading Kindle, I'm reading audiobooks. Um,
mhm.
so probably read I probably read 2 to 3 hours 7 days a week on my Kindle. That's heavy Kindle use, right? So my Kindle, I only charge it once a month.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
Kindle Paperwhite.
'Cause you've got
Now,
the light, but in
yeah, but
saying that, I'm
yeah,
probably when I'm reading, I read, like, if I'm reading on that, I'll read for 6 hours to 7 hours a day
yeah.
because I'll go to bed at this was in winter. I would go to bed at, like, 6:30, get toasty warm, and then I'd read till after midnight, and
Same.
that was every day because I have no
Right.
life.
Right. Yeah. So the thing with the Oasis is the reason it would just stay at home is because, first of all, it's a more expensive device. Like, that's first and
Mm,
foremost. But also because I don't. necessarily need that for traveling. Like my
Mm-hmm.
Paperwhite works fine for travel, and honestly, my Paperwhite takes up very little room.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do a factory reset. So has both open, one muted, and for the watch hours. Thank you very much.
We love the
Appreciate
commitment,
that.
honestly.
I have you all pulled up on several tabs so I can watch hours. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We do very much so. If you watch on one channel, does it count for both? No, I think it just counts for
No,
that channel.
that I think
Yeah.
that's why some people are having like multiple tabs open. To be
Yeah.
honest with you, I have both of Nicole's videos open. They're
Mhm.
muted. Obviously, you can't hear them, but like I have them both open. So
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Going to try and finish a baby blanket today. Awesome. Knitting, if I remember correctly. I think you missed this on Tuesday, Nicole, but I mailed out the other baby blanket and it made it to the United States. Not to New York, but at least to the United States. That is good.
I
How you going?
feel like we're starting to get hit with that. Like it's early, but I feel like we're already getting hit with like the holiday
Mm-hmm.
mail thing. Because like, so I ordered Mariah a tray like mine.
Yep.
Not this one. I ordered her a white one that's like a custom. It's similar to the rose gold one that no one's seen yet because she's using it because I wanted her to use one before I ordered her one. But it said that yesterday it was shipped out, and then today it was like waiting for acceptance or something. And I'm like, acceptance for what? Like it's in Chicago. Like
Yeah.
there's no customs. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no customs
It's
in
just
America.
waiting for acceptance.
Into like through it. But yeah, but I do have some wax. No, yeah, wax is coming. It's like the Not Your Mama's Mud.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be here on Saturday. I'm excited to use that.
That's a wax, you said, not a putty.
Yeah. So I actually thought it was a putty because of the way
Yeah.
that's packaged. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
I hear about everything from Katie of Diamonds and
Mm-hmm.
Washi. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest with you. Like all these small shops, like I ain't heard about it from nobody but her. Unless I like Etsy'd it and found a by accident. But the
Yeah.
Etsy shop is Whimsical Daisies.
Mm-hmm.
But I happened to just go
I
check.
have heard of them before, so yeah.
Yeah, because you have to check her site. Like she makes very small batches and has some like health stuff. So
Yeah.
you have to just
Yeah.
really like stalk her site, really, which sounds
Yeah.
creepy, but that's fine. And I was able to grab one. It was like $5 or something. I was
Mm.
able to grab one, and it's supposed to be like Groot. It's like Groot themed, like from
Mm-hmm.
Marvel. So it's supposed to be like Groot's favorite smell or whatever. I don't really care.
Okay, yeah.
Like, so it's supposed to smell like good, you know? But you stab it because like a lot of these waxes, so like this is the one from Randa's Crafty Corner. I don't
Mm-hmm.
love this, I'm not gonna lie. Which I need to figure out how to use this because I ordered 2 of these by accident. I meant to only order 1.
Oh no.
That's fine. But I did order 2 more of the putties because I love her
Yeah.
putty for my multi
Yeah.
placer. But I ordered an original formula, and I guess I ordered 2 because she sent me 2. And when I checked the invoice, there were definitely 2. So I just fucked up and ordered 2. But this is very soft,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know.
But will it get a bit harder as the weather gets colder?
I'm hoping because,
Mm.
like, I put it in the freezer and it seemed to harden up.
Yeah. I'd say that's
But
what's
then
gonna
as
happen.
soon as it was out of the freezer for like an hour, it got
Mm.
really soft again. So I don't know
Oh.
if I'm just gonna have to put it in the freezer and just like take it out of the freezer and get some and then put it back in the freezer. Like I don't know, but it's
Have it
very
on
soft.
ice. Have an ice bucket beside you, have it on ice.
And the hard and sticky wax, I have one of those and I don't love that because it's so tacky, like that it
Mm.
strings up. You know,
Ew.
I need something that's like a nice medium. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The patty wax, all super sticky, is good, but I only have like one little sample thing, and that's like
Mm.
$15 for a tin. Which I know lasts a long time, but I can't justify it's $15 for
See,
one.
I don't get any of those putties or anything because from here in Australia, yeah, it's only $10 or whatever, but
But it's so much
then it's like,
expensive for you. Well,
yeah,
and
and then
then
it's like $30,
a
like,
lot.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
$30 postage. So, and
Well,
that's not it. That'll be Australian. So, I think the last one I checked out, it was like $33 postage. And then the
yeah.
item was like $15, and I
Well,
can't
and
justify that for a little pot of putty.
the thing with it is a lot of the putty and wax stores, especially like the more expensive ones, like Patty Wax, they don't
Mm,
have like a free shipping threshold.
mm,
So
mm,
regardless of how much you order, you're still paying shipping,
mm.
which like
See,
my
back
shipping, it's $5, but even so, if I spent $45 on wax or putty, and then that's $5, like I'm spending like $70.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
because originally back in 2018, I think it was, no, 2019, I think it was, Etsy brought out a thing that they were going to only advertise people that offered free shipping.
I mean, I will say I've gone and looked for these people.
There
You know
is
what I'm
no one
saying?
doing it.
Because they're people that like I've seen like in small shop hauls. So I'm like, okay, let me go look at their product, because I mean I
Mm,
will definitely like favorite their store because that helps them like in the algorithm too. Um I'm gonna try this Not Your Mama's Mud, because it comes like it comes in a pot like similar to this,
mm,
but you stab it. So
yeah,
like you do with the pink wax, you like stab
yeah,
it and twist and all of that. And I'm gonna
yeah.
see if that works for me. If it does, I'm just gonna have to like stalk her website or stalk her store.
Mm,
Because I will say that the wax alternative so far has been the hardest thing for me to find. Because I
mm.
don't like putty in my single placer. I tried that.
No,
Somebody
I
suggested it.
use I gave up in the end, and just because they were just too expensive for me to get. So I just ended up using the pink stuff, and I've got a couple of things, like I've got the pretty places and that, which I just scrape into my single placer. But for
Yeah,
my, as I was saying to you the other day, for my AB drills, I use that nail art pencil. I got a heap of them
yeah,
off. And they're good. They're great. You can even use them as a placer. Like it's not just for the ABs. They work really good, and
as a
it's a
place.
soft wax, but it's firm
Yeah,
at the same time. And all I do is I sharpen it, and as it gets a bit dull and a bit harder to place, I just run it in my fingers, and it sharpens up the point again.
yeah, and I know with the pretty placers you can use like like a crayon sharpener. You
Yep.
can use that.
Yep.
I think that I don't know. I do sometimes go back to using just like the pink wax. I just have an issue with using it with the ABs unless I
Hmm.
like really dirty it up. Like I have to really tacky it up, or it's
Yep.
the ABs suck the wax out, and then I get annoyed. Um, but if the Not Your Mama's Mud works, I think you can like I think she said you can message her on
Hmm.
Etsy, and like the first 30 people that message her will get notified right before she drops so that you can go in
Yeah.
and grab
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Because
Um
I think the girl that does pretty places, she does that as well.
yeah, and like I want to support people, and I
Yeah.
also want to find an alternative that works, but like the regular patty wax does not work well for me.
No. No, you've been having issues with that. I don't know where this is.
You sorta?
Yeah.
Let me find out.
I have
Let
no
me
idea.
Google it for you.
It
'Cause
turns
I
out to
know
go to New York State from Canada, you have to go to Chicago,
you
Illinois
sorta
first.
USA. Chicago.
Yeah.
USorta is the Chicago USPS.
Mhm.
It is a portal sorting center in Chicago. So if it's in USorta, then it is currently in Chicago.
Yeah.
So it's on its way to New York, baby, but it is taking it a grip to
It's not
get
there yet. It's on its way, but it's not there yet. I didn't know what it was called, but I know whenever I send anything, that's where it ends up. If I
USorta.
send stuff,
I
yeah,
think
it ends
I
up in Chicago. So,
I think
um,
that USorta is just one of the bigger like packing
yeah,
facilities, like so they can sort things at a higher volume.
cool. Hello, Rally. Thanks for joining today. Working on a drawing journal stuff. Japan Festival you went to. Awesome. And then we'll be reading and diamond painting as well. And then also having dinner. Mel has also joined us. Locke also joined us. We answered the 24-hour question. It starts tomorrow. Yep, that's correct.
Tomorrow at noon o'clock, I will be here. Also, I got Ari some diamond painting stuff so that she can sit down and be still while we do this. So she'll probably want to show you her diamond painting also. I got her some like Halloween. I think they come with stickers and sun catchers or something, but they're like big gem.
Yeah.
I might steal her tray though, bro, because the tray that they gave her, from the way that the picture looks, it doesn't have a funnel on it, but like from the way the picture looks, this tray is like this big because it's big, because it's like large gems. And I was like, I might steal that from you, buddy. Oh, that reminds me, I gotta make that public now that I have everybody. So everybody's in there except me.
Yep.
Because I'm always the last one to schedule. Sorry. I'll schedule in the next sprint.
At least everybody else is done. So this is when it's starting. These are the times. These are the hosts. And basically, as Neva said, we'll be making that public once she has scheduled, and then you'll be able to go and follow that. And just if you have not done 24 hours and not sure how the playlist works, you start on Neva's channel, open up that playlist, and then basically once Neva finishes and I start, it will take you from Neva straight to mine, and then from mine to Kelsey's, and so forth and so on. And Margaret is actually going to be a special guest because they will be popping in on random channels whenever they've got some time.
Yeah, and Kelsey and Aoife, I don't think Kelsey has hosted 24-hour sprints. So I'm pretty sure Kelsey and Aoife are new to 24-hour sprints as far as hosting. I know Aoife is. I think the last time we saw when Kelsey was doing it, she did it the first like 2 months, I think, but she was like on with Brittany. So I'm so proud of her because she really volunteered herself. She was like, I'm gonna do it, and I was like, okay. And Kelsey doesn't Kelsey has a channel, and I will like link everybody, but I don't know how consistently she uploads because we kind of, me and Brittany kind of bullied her into getting a channel, and then she was like, I don't know if this is really for me, so she mostly just does sprints on her channel.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. All right. So at that point, we might go for another sprint. We'll do a 45-minute sprint. Is that okay with you, Neva?
Sure.
Yep. Yeah. Cool. No worries. All right. Let me just get this all talk amongst yourselves while I get it myself sorted, because I'm not in any shape or form ready.
To answer this, I think it's because USorta is one of the bigger sorting stations.
Okay. Yep.
So I think that's why it goes through Chicago. I could be wrong. Don't like quote me on that. But that's the only thing that makes sense.
I think that's the international depot, because everything that I send goes to Chicago. I couldn't tell you whether it's USorta or not, but I know that anything that I send goes to Chicago, and anything that's coming out to me also goes to Chicago.
For some reason, Chicago seems to be like a hub for things, and they're not even the capital of the United States. So that is
no.
So like,
but I just think that that's where the biggest international sorting place is, and that's why it ends up there. I could be completely wrong, but yeah,
we could both be wrong. But that's the only thing that makes sense to me, because otherwise, like, there's no reason for things to go to Chicago.
No,
in my opinion.
All right, we will see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading and crafting, everybody. And yeah, we'll see you then. Bye. Oh, hello everybody. We are back. I have finished the sections that I needed to do for Wheel of Time. So I'm up to chapter 14. That's my stopping point for today. And and so now I have gone on to Always Practice Safe Hex by Juliet Cross. It is sort of, I don't know, they're sort of rivals and they're getting hot and heavy. Basically, I'm only up to chapter 12 at the moment, which is 115 pages in. So I got about 15 pages read during that sprint, and I've got probably about 30 or 40 drills to put in the section that I've been doing. And I dropped some drills as well, so I spent some time picking them up. So that's always fabulous when you do that. They just went everywhere. So yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But
I
it
was
was good.
updating Mr. Reading with Neva on
90 Day
90 Day
Fiance.
Last Resort. Someone, I'm not going to name who in case we want to watch this, but someone got thrush from cheating.
Who?
You know what thrush? Y'all know what thrush is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, babies get it, right? It's a yeast infection in your mouth. Okay, but from cheating, not from breastfeeding. You know, like a baby. Absolutely not. I can't. No. Okay, so I watched the second episode of Last Resort because now I'm invested. I also got some more of this diamond painting done. I don't know. I think I'm making good progress. I may finish this section and then go get my round.
Cool.
Painting just because I feel like I'm kind of burning out. You know, on the squares.
Yeah.
But I mean,
you have to actually really concentrate when you're doing squares, whereas rounds it's a little bit more relaxed, but squares it's a little bit more intense. So you really do. It's almost like cross stitching because you actually have to pay attention to what you're doing.
I also may have ordered more putty in that. Listen, here's the thing. It does not work well for ABs. I'll say that. But from what I'm understanding, most putty doesn't seem to work very well for ABs. But Randa's putty though, like I'm never gonna go back because like it smells good. You know, this one is vanilla spice, okay, and it smells really good. First of all, but she had one that was called Hermione's Cauldron, and
that's in your cart on its way.
And it's been ordered. It'll be here in like 1 to 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. Listen, here's the thing. I'm trying to like hold out because here's what's been happening with the small shop stuff that I've been getting. I just open it. Like it gets to my house and I'm like tearing it open. So you only see it when I do like whipping chats.
Yeah.
When I'm like, here, my pen that I got, so pretty. Like that's the only time you see it. Which in this whipping chat, there will be an unboxing of this pen at the very beginning. It was supposed to be in last week's whipping chat that's not usable. So you will get like a little unboxing at the beginning because like I was so excited for this pen. Also, Nicole was definitely the first person to see this pen because
I was very lucky. Again, anybody in Australia that wants one of these pens will have to sell their soul to the devil and then some.
Yeah, like and like even Mariah likes this pen. Like I had it sitting like this on the counter the other day because I was like making dinner and I had it in my hand. I sat on the counter and she was just like sitting there and she was just like going like this, just like watching it. And I was like, "You're having fun?" No. So yeah, so I did that. But no, I like Randa's putty. Like I said, it doesn't work for ABs. That's actually what's tripping me up with this square is I can multi-place everything but ABs because I have to use the single placer with the wax in it, but that's fine. Also, I have decided, not right now, but in like a few months when I have money again, you know, when I'm not broke as a joke, I'm gonna see if Diamond Pen Pal can make me a Sailor Moon pen, but in this chubby size.
Yeah.
because I do find that the chubby size is better for my hands.
Yeah. I would that's what I was waiting to hear about how it went for you, because like, as you know,
Yeah.
I wrecked my arm last month with all the crafting that I did, and that's why
Yeah.
I've been taking it a bit slower, and my arm is getting better. But even just today using this pen again,
Yeah.
and it's the pressure, because like, you've got to put a little bit of pressure to get them to sit down properly with multi-placing. So yeah, so I'm thinking that maybe a chunky pen.
Yeah. The thickness
Would-
of this reminds me of like a chunky, like a fat Sharpie marker.
yeah, yeah,
That's what the thickness of this is. And I told Ari that when she diamond paints, I'll let her use my Sailor Moon pen just because she thinks it's pretty, whatever. Like, it needs to be
yeah,
used. You know
yeah,
what I mean? I paid for it. It needs to be
yeah,
used, you know?
yeah. And
But,
she's
and
going to
I
be
will
hard
use
pressed to wreck that as well. Like, she's not going to be able to
yeah,
damage that.
she would have to like chuck it across the room in such a way that it would break. So I mean, I'm really not worried. They're very sturdy pens, and the
Mm,
fact that they have this roll stop on the back, so even if she sets it down where it could roll, like it's going to, if it starts rolling, it's going to roll to that back. So
yeah,
it's not
and
even
that's
going
as
to
far
roll
as it's
off
going
of
to go.
anything. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But I told her, I was like, yeah, you can use it. Her hand is, young enough, whatever, that
yeah.
she has a carpal tunnel like me. But I will say that I do prefer like a thicker, like the pen just feels better, and I can diamond paint much longer without noticing that my hand is hurting.
Hmm.
But
Okay, so that's all done.
yes, the playlist is live now. Oh shoot, that reminds me. Somebody yell at me. I actually I'm gonna do it right now. I have to do mine. Hold on.
your your TV is distracting you.
Um,
Good morning to Zara as well. Pat also has joined us back at 10 o'clock. It's now after 12. Yeah, so we will get eventually to everybody's comments and whatnot. So we're just going to burn through them, and don't forget to drink, everybody, and whatnot. Played Angry Birds and checked my fantasy football. It's going horribly. And read 5 pages, which I probably should click on that. Yeah, I'm just reading out random stuff, just making stuff up instead of clicking on questions. Brittany got to page 236 of Sadie. Awesome. And Chrissy M got to 85% of book. Excellent, excellent. Finished cleaning, got 34% of Barbarian Mine while working on the current whip. Excellent. Good progress all round there. And you're watching, what's it called again?
Oh, what am I watching? I'm watching 90 Day. Is it 90? Okay, it's called 90 Day The Last Resort. So it's just a spin-off of 90 Day Fiance. They've done this a few other times. Like they did like a 90 day where they played like games, but it was
Mm-hmm.
like virtual because it was like during the pandemic. But this
Mm-hmm.
one, they go to this couples resort in Florida. I think it's like in the Keys, but I know it's in Florida. Um I know those beaches anywhere. But anyway, it's in Florida and they go there and they're not the only people there cuz there is like a confrontation where somebody from the resort comes out and is like, "We have guests here." So it's not like a
Mm-hmm.
private thing, like they're just at a couples resort. And for 2 weeks they're doing couples therapy. It reminds me of like couples therapy with Dr. Drew. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if it still runs, but it used to run like on VH1 where he
Mm-hmm.
would do celebrity couples therapy. That's what this reminds me of. So it's very much like they are in therapy for 2 weeks. At the end of the 2 weeks, they decide whether they're going to do a commitment ceremony where they like recommit to their marriages. They're all married, okay?
Yeah.
Or they decide that they're not going to work on their marriage anymore. They're going to walk away. There's a lot of infidelity in this, but it's very much like they are all actively working on their relationships, which is why I'm not like super annoyed by this show. It would be more annoying if it was just like us watching them struggle for
Mm, mm.
a whole
At least
season of
they're trying to
show.
do
And I'm
something.
like,
Yeah.
we already see this on 90 Day Fiance. Like, why do we need a whole show for this? But I will say, even the people that I don't like, Ed, I'm looking at you. You know, they're working on it.
He's the one with
They're
no neck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are 5 couples, and the only people that are gonna know who the hell I'm talking about are people that have researched for 90 Day or watched it. Okay, so the 5
Mm.
couples are Yara and Jovi, uh, Liz and Big Ed, unbelievable, Asuelu and Kailani, Angie and Michael, but Michael is virtual, like he's through like a video call because he's
Mhm.
still in wherever he's from. I can't remember where he's from right now, but he's in his country still because they've still been trying to get approved for a visa and they haven't been approved. But
Oh,
anyway.
okay.
And then who is the last couple? Oh, Molly and is his name David? I don't know, but Molly and the cop, NYPD guy. That's who it is because originally, like, if you watch like old 90 Day Fiance, Molly was originally with like this guy from I don't know where, but he was from like a Spanish speaking country. I just can't
Mhm.
remember which one. I'm really bad with remembering the country. I don't know. Like I know Yara's from the Ukraine. Like that's all I got. Okay. Um and he was a piece of trash in my
Mm.
opinion. Like he said really inappropriate things to her. Like he was like I think she was in like her late 30s and he was in his like 20s or something. Which again, I'm not against an age gap, but he said really inappropriate things to Molly's teenage daughter, and I was like, you are gross. I need you. You
Mm.
gotta go. You gotta go. Goodbye. Also, like he had like an aversion to her Buddha statue. I don't. He was weird. But those are the 5. Those are truly the only ones that I don't like. Like, honestly, like, I love Angie. I think that she's
Mm.
funny. She's abrasive. Okay. She's she is not for everybody. But I find her to be funny,
Yeah.
personally. Also, I think that she's really loves Michael because she's put up with a lot of crap from Michael. I really do like Molly. I even liked Molly before she was on 90 Day when she had the show about her bra shop because she has a bra shop in Georgia. Yara and Jovi are cool. I think Jovi is immature, but I like Yara. And who is the other one that I said? I don't remember. Big Ed and Liz. Just give up already. And then Asuelu and Kailani. I think that Kailani wants a lot of power over
Mhm.
Asuelu, which is not great. But I also think that Asuelu is a product of his raising because he's from Samoa.
Mhm.
And if you know anything about Samoan men, they're kind of gross. Just gonna be real. They're gross. And like they don't treat women very well and they like cheat and it's like I don't know how else to describe this, but it's like part of their culture.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's like a thing that like Samoan women just deal with their husbands cheating. And like
Yeah.
Kailani is also Samoan, but she's American raised. So she was
Mm.
born in America, but her dad is Samoan. Because her dad actually didn't even want her to be with Asuelu because he was like, I know Samoan men. I am a Samoan man. Samoan men are disgusting. I think
They,
though,
I must admit they are like, and
yeah,
they have no boundaries or
none.
filter
He's
at
okay.
all.
I'm sorry to ruin it. He's the one that had thrush.
Yeah.
He's the no,
I
baby.
know what you've been doing.
So
Yuck.
here's the
That's
thing.
gross.
Right. So here's the thing. I think that they could make it work. I hope that they do for
Mm.
them, but also for their kids. You know what I mean? Because their
Mhm.
kids really love, both of their parents and stuff. But I mean, really, Big Ed and Liz are the only 2 that I'm just like, I don't care what happens to people.
Big
And
Ed is gross. I don't
like
like.
Ed is
She's
out here.
made me look him up last week, and like,
Ed,
it was just
dude,
like
Ed,
no.
like Ed cheated in one of the exercises because it was like a trust exercise that
Yeah.
had to do with communication, and instead of communicating with Liz, he cheated by making it so he could see through his blindfold. And then when he got called out on it, he was like, "You called me a cheater, you bitch. You cheated." Like,
Oh, you get way too invested in this stuff.
I really do. I really do.
Snazzy Moose has started a new resin project. What happened? Like, I'm probably going to get to this in like 2 hours' time, but what
Probably.
happened with your other one that didn't work properly, Snazzy Moose? Did you get a result for that? Because I'd be curious to know
And
what
it's okay to
you
not
ended up doing.
complete. It's okay to not complete anything. That's my life as a person
Mhm.
with ADHD and autism. I start a bunch of things and then
Mm.
I never finish them.
Yeah,
Mr. Lee
you only have to come into my craft room. Like, I've got 65 cross stitch whips on the go. None of them are complete. The only thing in cross stitch or embroidery that gets completed is stuff that has a deadline for the magazine. And my diamond paintings get completed. Quilts, I've got like a whole ton of quilts and nothing's ever completed.
my diamond paintings get completed, but he'll be like, "You start house chores," and I'll start like I'll like start the dishes, and then I'll like start something else, and he's like, "You have 15 like house chores going at once, but you can finish a diamond painting," and I'm like, "Please be quiet."
That's different.
But also, I have at least 2 diamond paintings going at once, so I'm really only finishing one at a time.
Yeah, true. Question: when you all have the same color but they are different shades, do you mix the two shades up different bags? I didn't know they were different.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is a good question because I actually can show this right now. You might be able to tell on camera. So these are 2 different colors.
Hang on. Let me just remove myself and make you a bit bigger. I'll remove this. Remove.
Okay, there you go. All right, so these are 2 different colors, but it's very hard to tell they're 2 different colors. So for instance, there's a couple of this color in here, but unless I have it in the tray, I can't tell the difference. Now, I put them in different containers because the color that it is, it corresponds to my chart. Like you know what I'm saying? So I don't mix them together because they're not the same color. But I have to be really careful because these 2 colors are right next to each other on the canvas, and it's actually kind of hard to tell where one color starts and the other color begins because they're meant to blend into the background. Um but I was having to be really careful because I did mix 2 colors in one of my other whips that's done now. But I mixed 2 colors, but they were completely different colors. It was like a dark brown and a brown and a dark blue. And I could tell the difference in those. So I would just remembered which color corresponded with which thing.
Yeah.
If I mixed these, I'd be screwed. Like I would just be covering like if I mixed these 2 colors together, I would just be like the chart might look weird because I would just be covering them in whatever because I wouldn't
Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to tell, and that makes it
yeah.
super hard. But yeah, like if
But
they're
I don't mix
2
them.
like completely different colors, I'll just leave them in the bottle if I accidentally put them in. But the if they're close, I'll try and sort them and see if I can't put them back into their bottles and all the rest of it. That it's but it happens. And then, as you said, if it's really really close like those 2, you end up just putting them anywhere because you can't tell the difference anyway.
Forget it. I mean, it's all
Yeah.
gonna be part of the background anyway. So
So for me, I've got
the brown and the blue, when I mix those, I just would pour out the container that was mixed together. I would pour that into my tray,
yeah.
and then I would be able to differentiate that way. But that's how I would place them is by differentiating that way.
Yeah. So these
But
2
they all get
here are mine. These one is a black and one is a blue black.
Oh wait,
So
that
yeah,
was
you got to
not.
go the other way.
Hold on, please hold. Oh my god.
You
Okay.
tapped me out, mate. So these 2 colors are, you can just see it, the light's just picking it up. So this is black with the fullest bottle, and the one next to it is a blue black. So it's got a blue base to it. And I've mixed these 2 up before, and yeah. So I do have some spots that are a little bit a little bit skewy. We're just jumping around in back of house. I'm not sure if everybody else can see it where we end up on the screen, but
Hello.
back of house, we're jumping all over the place.
This
And it
is what
makes
it
it
is.
so much easier to come in and out. And this is so true. Bulk filming is so
Oh,
exhausting. It's
here's
just
the
like I need to lay down.
yeah, honestly, even doing vlog clips that way is exhausting. And I'm not
Mm,
even
mm,
setting up completely for a vlog clip. I'm just turning the camera on my face.
mm.
But I'm not gonna lie to you, these two of these vlogs, you get a lot of diamond painting content because it's like me, like diamond painting while updating you on the vlog. Because I was like, do I
Yep.
feel like y'all looking at my face? No, I will be incorporating diamond painting wherever I can. So I hope
Yeah.
y'all like
Well,
the
it's
diamond.
a big part of your life right now. So, of course, it's going to bleed into it. It's the same as when my kids are like, I'm doing a lot of stuff with my kids. They're a big part of my vlogs because I'm with them.
Yeah,
And yeah, that, it's just,
it's
there was a whole series of vlogs that I did. I think every time I did an update, I was in the damn car.
yeah. Well, it's to the point where like if I'm diamond painting in the living room and I'm just like diamond painting, Mr. Neva will be like, "Are you filming this?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I'm not gonna film every time I sit down to diamond paint, my man. Like I have specific times when I feel like filming my
Yeah.
diamond painting, and other times I just want to diamond paint. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
understand it's for like you want me to get some content out. I was like, but I'm not gonna diamond paint, or I'm not gonna film every time I diamond paint, bro.
Yeah, no, because it becomes like a chore.
I
So
don't film every time
I
I
will try
read.
to just the day before or 2 days before I'm thinking of putting up a diamond painting video on my craft channel. That's when I'll film it because I don't want to have to be thinking about what I've got to talk about and keep the conversation going because I don't know if anybody's ever done a 40-minute video where you're constantly talking or an hour video. You get to the end of it, it feels like you've been talking for days.
I literally at the end of my whipping chat, I don't know if I did it in the first one I did, but I know in this one, I literally say at the end, I'm like, well, I don't really have anything else to talk about. So
Yeah.
subscribe to the membership.
Yeah, I
And then
usually
that's
go,
it. I'm like,
and on that note, I'm out of here. I got stuff to do.
yeah, I'm like, I don't really know what else to talk about.
Yeah,
Gonna go now. Like, because eventually I mean, when it first starts, like, you're kind of in a flow. I've
yeah.
thought about doing like what Katie does on Diamonds and Washi. She doesn't do it so much now because she does a lot of like update style stuff.
Mhm.
But when she first started doing whipping chats, because I'm creepy and I went all the way back to like the beginning, and I will just listen to her old whipping chats because I'm like, this is the only way for me to get to know these people. Like, otherwise, sometimes I don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Um, and she used to like just pull like 2 or 3 like tag questions, like questions from tags and answer those just
Mhm.
in the whipping chat just cuz it gave her something to talk about.
Yeah, yeah. And Add More Zest, Rebecca from Add More Zest, when
Yeah, I
she
love
does
her.
when she does the June waffle,
Yeah.
she basically has her the comments up in front of her and she'll just answer questions and say hi to everybody and all that sort of stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'll probably start putting up like a weekly thing that's like, does anybody have any questions for
yeah.
me?
Go Team White. That's right. Did everybody notice that I changed the bottom to white? Because it was pointed out the other day that we would go, I had purple, which because Leandra was on it and I was, I had the purple little bubbles and everything, but now it's white. Now it's white. Why did you pick Mrs. White? Because that was all that was left. No, I just went with Mrs. White because a lot of time when I played it when I was younger, I used to play Mrs. White. I don't know why. I used to just get stuck with that. But it turned out well because neither Neva and I ended up on the same team. Yeah. So you can expect more of this.
So now you get
Steve-
more chaos, but you get a whole month of chaos just
That's
back to
right.
back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's gonna be great.
Because we are going to go and pop in on other people's channels and just cause a little bit of havoc.
And we have Bree, like Brianna, and we
Yep.
know she's Loki in
Yeah.
disguise. So
It's gonna
it's
be
gonna be
full on.
great. I don't know if Rainey was purposely trying to make this chaotic, but I feel like with the host that she picked, even if she's not the chaos person, like the rest of us are gonna cause it.
Let's just hope Rainey still likes us at the end of the month, because
That's what I'm
we
saying,
may
bro.
give her a nervous breakdown.
Because she might be like, I can never do another. Because honestly, like the boy band readathon, like I did that, you know, and I think she's bringing it back, but different, for next year. And
Mhm.
it wasn't super chaotic because there wasn't really a way to make it chaotic. Like it was pretty, you know, low key. It was chill. It was like fun. But this
Mhm.
one, oh, we are bringing the chaos. I'm sorry. Like I apologize in advance, Rainy.
Oh, it's going to be fun. My baby blanket has 3 mistakes in it, and I just totally glazed over this. Hello, Nikki. If you're still here, thank you for joining and welcome to our channels. We appreciate you being here, because I'm not entirely sure where anybody's watching from.
I don't know either. I can tell
Yeah,
you.
we don't get that information.
Yeah, I can tell you how many people are watching on each channel, but I can't tell you who is watching where. Other than the only one I know for sure was watching from my channel was Brianna, and that's just
Yeah,
because
because she's a member, so yeah.
she was at least commenting from my live stream.
Yeah, awesome. That's a good way to know too. So if you would like to tell us that where you're watching from, that would be absolutely fabulous as well. But you don't have to. That's not necessary. But yeah, on that note, my stomach is starting to really grumble because I'm starving, and because I haven't had breakfast or anything. I just got up and started going today at 5:30, and so I've been awake for quite some time, and I only had coffee. So I need to eat. So we're going to go for an hour sprint at this stage, so I can go and cook myself some lunch, and then we will be back to chit chat a little bit more. All right. Happy reading, everybody, and crafting, and we'll see you all soon. Bye. Hello, everybody. We are back. I had lunch, which was very tasty. I had bok choy chicken noodles, which was really nice, and listened to a little bit more of my book. But I watched the last episode of season 1 in Charmed because I'm watching that because it's October and all. So yeah, so I finished the first season today. The one where Andy dies. I did not cry. I have makeup on and I did not cry. Oh dear me, how'd you go?
Finished my episode. I think it was like episode 3 or something of the show, and then I did listen to like half a chapter of Corvus Fury because I don't know. They're about to like talk to like a sex therapist. I just don't know if I really want to tackle that right now. So they were. I mean, in like little preview or whatever, dude was like asking where the G spot was, and I was like, I don't know if I really want to tackle this right now. You know? So
Yeah.
yeah, listen to some of A Court of Mist and Fury, which I mean it's fine. I know we're supposed to like Rhysand by like the end of this book, but I'm still like not like to that point yet. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm
I
still
haven't
just
read it, so I don't know what the problem is with this particular character that everybody says they don't like.
so I feel so like I understand like I mean I already don't like Tamlin, which is like our main character in the first book, right? Which everybody likes Tamlin in the first book, but by the second book, like he's just no. But like Rhysand, like he's just we're still like in the stage where he's just kind of a dick, you know?
Yeah.
So
Fair
I'm
enough.
like, yeah, I'm just waiting to be ready. I know that he like as the story progresses, he's like the love interest or whatever, but like I'm just waiting for there to be a reason for it, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Chris says, I lived my life. I don't want to have to write about it or examine it. I'd rather have a smoothie and enjoy my day. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that sentiment. I don't think I'd want to rehash over what I've already lived. I've been there, done that. I love cinnamon and whiskey when I don't feel well. Ooh.
I just feel like for any like hot toddy style drink, you have to like whiskey because like that's what's in
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Like
I
that's the
don't.
alcohol that's in it, and if you don't like whiskey, like you're not gonna like it. Which like I'm not really truly I'm not like a huge whiskey person. Like I'll
No,
drink like an
I'm not a
occasional like
fan. I'm a tequila
whiskey.
girl all the way.
Yeah, like I'll drink an occasional like whiskey and Coke, but that's mostly because like whiskey is what we have in the house. Because
Mm,
Mr. Reading with Neva likes whiskey.
mm. Yeah, I'm
No
not a
thanks.
fan. Not a fan of the brandy, not a fan of the whiskey. I'm a clear liquids girl, so give me tequila is my first preference, then vodka. Then just mix them all. Well, after I've had tequila and vodka, you just mix them all, and then everything. It's a happy days.
Right.
On that, so yeah.
Is she
But I
asking
still
about
won't drink.
these?
I won't drink bourbon or whiskey or anything like that. I don't like it.
Are you
Kenya,
asking about? Is she asking about these tips?
I'm assuming so.
So these are a universal tip. So
Mm,
you can use all of them with round or square. Like I like there's no like in picking them up. Like yes, this is like it's round at the end, but I don't see any difference in picking up the square drills. Like some of them are specific like there are tips that are specifically made for round or square drills, like where they won't really pick up the other.
yeah.
I don't
Um,
have things that are like that.
I this one that I have is specifically for rounds. It's a lot rounder that
Okay,
and larger
got you.
than
Yeah,
the
this
tips.
this one's a universal tip. I will say that some people like this is a very thin tip. I don't think you can really tell because I have putty in it,
Yeah,
but this is
yeah.
a super thin tip. Some people, from what I've gathered from the diamond painting community, prefer a wider tip if they like a wider multiplacer if they are picking up rounds. I
Mm,
personally prefer the thin tip for both.
same, same.
Um,
I don't
I
like the.
feel like my
I
rounds
was yeah.
are
I
close
was using
are
the.
close
Sorry.
together.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Pick them up.
Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like the rounds, like when I pick the rounds up with the the thinner tip, they don't space out
Mm.
funny. I find that they space out funny with the wider.
Yeah, the with the wider tips, I can only multi-place with a 3-placer if it's a wide one, but if it's a
Yeah.
thin one, I can get up to 6. And as you were just saying then, it doesn't get that funky space out if it's a thinner one. And it
And
just makes it super easy then.
and the wider tips don't seem to work really at all with squares.
Mm. Mm.
So, yeah, I
Yeah,
prefer
although
the
I've got one that is a wide tip, and I used it on my squares, and I couldn't work out what this was before there was like heaps of different choices, and I
yeah.
couldn't work out why the squares kept sinking in to the placer, and it was because it was too wide,
Yep.
because it was meant for
Yeah.
rounds. But that was before there was like you couldn't even get rounds.
You tend to get wider tip ones. I find that I get wide tip ones with like in the toolkits.
Yeah.
I get wider multiplacers. I just don't use them. If I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest, I throw them away just because I don't use the wide tips at all. Like I
yeah.
don't like them. So there's no reason for me to just have heaps of plastic tips in my house.
Yeah.
For
That's
no
it.
reason.
Although Diamond Art Club, their plastic tip is thinner than
It is,
everybody
yeah.
else's. Yeah. Whereas if you get one from like Craftably or a Diamond Art Dreams or Diamond Art Studio, or I don't know about Diamond Art Studio because I've never purchased from there, or get off Amazon and stuff like that, the multi-places are wider, but the universal single placer is pretty much the same.
Yeah.
And
I
and
have a bunch I have a bunch of just like the brass tips, like the ones that just come on like the standard
yeah.
pin. I just have a bunch of those. They just sit in their little baggie until I can get some kind of organization system for them.
Yeah. So I have like the brass tips are the ones that are you can use for both square and round, but then you can get ones that are specifically like you can see there if it will focus. No, it's going to focus on my face. Let me just see if I can get it to focus on that. No, you can see it's quite
Yeah, you can
round.
see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas the universal one is quite narrow.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the difference. And this is specifically for rounds.
Yeah, that's how mine is too. It's more narrow, like the
Yeah.
brass tip.
Yeah.
So it will work for both. I do find that sometimes my pen has to be a little bit more overloaded, like with wax in it to pick up the squares.
Mm-hmm.
But it works fine.
What's your opinion on gratitude journals? I don't keep one.
I mean, I don't keep like a gratitude journal. I have a spot for each day, like in my planner, where I
Mm.
write 3 things I'm grateful for. That's just like for myself, because I really be having days where I'm like, I'm grateful for nothing. I hate this life.
I think we all have those days.
So if I found that if I just take a couple minutes in the morning, my morning, I just
Yeah.
jot down 3 things. They can be stupid things. Like sometimes, like the other day, I remember I wrote down like diamond painting, books, and music. Like those were the 3 things that I was grateful for. But then, like if I'm having a shit day, I can just look at those things and be like, look, there's beauty in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I don't keep like a whole I mean, I know people that like write 3 to 5 things they're grateful for, and then they write like whole entries about like why they're grateful for those things. No, thank you. I don't have that kind of brain power.
I've never been a person to journal. Like I wasn't a Dear Diary girl or anything like that. And I think that's because I didn't trust the people around me to not go
Right.
snooping, i.e. my brother and sister. But anyway, and make it public knowledge for the rest of the world because that's how they roll. And
Yeah.
and so yeah, I've never been one to write my feelings down and all that sort of stuff. But I do look for the beauty in life every day, and I do look for humor in my life, and don't take life too seriously because
What's the point?
it's far too messy to take seriously at times. So yeah, But yeah, I'm great. I'm grateful every day that I open my eyes and am able to put my feet down on the ground and walk around. So, because there's plenty of people that never made it to my age. So,
Truthfully, when I'm
out of my
ungrateful,
friends. So,
when I'm feeling ungrateful, I just watch 90 Day Fiance, and then I'm so grateful for the music in my life. I mean, listen, some of the couples are fine. Okay,
yeah,
I know I
nothing
make
like
it
a
seem
good
like
trashy reality show to make you feel good about yourself.
right, like I know I make it seem like every couple on this show is just like trash, which isn't true. It's just that the ones that continue to be featured
Mm,
tend to be the not necessarily trash. I mean, there are trash, Ed. I'm looking at you, but like they tend to be like the messier ones. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them that are like we don't really hear from like Alexi and Lauren anymore because like I feel like they've had like 2 or 3 kids, like they're established, like they're not
yeah,
messy, bro. They're just trying to live their life. We always be seeing Ed's big head because
he's
he
messy.
first he looks like a toe, first of all, and second of all, he's messy. He always got the drama, you know?
Yeah, and we like the drama.
Yeah. It just reminds me that, you know, like my life is beautiful, you
Hmm.
know? Because I could be with Ed.
That's right. It could be a lot
Like,
worse, and you could be
my
waking up to that. I know that's
you
nasty and all, but
no,
still,
he looks like an Oompa Loompa. Like I
that's the first thing I said when I opened up the image of him. Oh my god, he looks like an
and
Oompa
listen, I watched The Single Life, okay, which is another spin-off. They basically took 90 Day people, um, where their original, like their relationship that got them on 90 Day Fiance, it didn't work out. That's actually where we saw him like really dating Liz was on
Mm,
The Single Life. But anyway, the first episode, he like dressed up in a bunch of costumes, and one of them was what is that Jack Black movie? Tenacious D? Is that it?
yeah, yeah,
Where he's in
yeah.
like the jumpsuit? And
Mhm.
Ed was dressed up in a jumpsuit. The man has no neck, bro. What are you doing? You are not Jack Black, my guy. And then they're at this resort, right? And in the last episode, he decides that he's gonna go get in like the jacuzzi hot tub thing. This is a public hot tub in the resort. This is not like not in their room. This is like out like where people get it. He's naked in the hot tub, bro. What are you doing? Ed. No,
You need to get a job to just like you need to just like get the licensing so you can show this stuff and put your commentary over the top.
I'm
I'd
pretty
watch
sure
that.
I'm pretty sure it falls under fair use.
Okay,
Like
cool.
as long as I don't use like as long as I don't use clips with like music, like I'm pretty sure you can use clips. It's fair use. I could do like a
Yeah, you
podcast.
can
You
only
don't
have I
even
think it's only 30
30 seconds or
seconds.
something.
Yeah.
I'm about to look it up because I'm about to do a podcast, a YouTube podcast where I just talk about 90 Day Fiance, and then I'll just show y'all clips and be like, "What is happening?"
That'd be hot. I'll watch that. And this is another one that you're addicted to as well, isn't it? Hell's
Yes.
Kitchen.
Oh my god. Here's the thing. I am addicted to any. So here's the thing with I don't watch Hell's Kitchen for the mess. I will say that. Gordon Ramsay's shows I don't watch for the mess. The
Okay.
okay, for the mess. I don't watch it for the message because I feel like Gordon Ramsay is actually like yes, it's reality TV, but he's actually trying to do nice things. You know what I mean? So I do watch things like Hell's Kitchen or MasterChef to root for the people on the show.
Yeah.
Like to me, now, Kitchen Nightmares and Hotel Hell, I watch that for the mess. Because like that's all it is. Okay. Disgusting.
Yeah. I've watched a couple episodes of those and I'm like, oh, who would stay there?
But
Or eat there?
his cooking reality shows, like his cooking competition shows, I
Yeah,
really
yeah.
do watch those because I think that he instills good values in people. I love Gordon Ramsay, you know, we
Mm.
have the same birthday, so like who couldn't love him? But I'm just saying, but I do love Hell's Kitchen, which I have to wait till 3 a.m. for the next episode, so I'll probably watch that tomorrow. But I'm just saying, Hell's Kitchen is great.
But I watch those sort of shows. Like I don't watch Hell's Kitchen. I have seen episodes of it, but like MasterChef,
Yeah.
I've watched a glass. Oh God, here we go with the words. Glass blowing,
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
and the cake ones where they're making cakes and all that sort of stuff, and
Yeah,
the bake
I
offs.
like the cooking competition shows.
Yeah, I like those because they're bringing a skill. It's just
Yeah.
not. Yeah, it's not just
I
messy people. And then we were talking about this in the truck yesterday, and Brendan was telling me about one that he watches where all the people that have been on all these reality shows like Love Island, 90 Day Fiance, and all the rest of it, that still haven't found their partner or anything. They put them on, is it Love Island?
Yes, I think it's Love Island that they
Yeah.
put them all on there. It's kind of like it's like Bachelor in Paradise. Like with the Bachelor shows, the Bachelorette shows, they
Yeah.
take like the cast-offs from Bachelor and Bachelorette and they put them on Bachelor in Paradise. They do the same thing
Yeah.
with Love Island. And I'm just like, no thanks.
And all I kept saying to him, I'm like, haven't they already done enough damage to themselves? They're sitting there whinging that they can't find someone because they've put themselves on a reality TV show, and anybody who is somewhat in their right mind is going to go, no, I'm not going near you. You're trouble with a capital T.
And here's the thing. So, like, when I was introduced to reality TV, right, it was like on the Food Network. Because my opa would watch, like, there's a show called Worst Cooks in America. And it's just like, I mean, the concept is kind of cool. Like, it's just normal people that can't cook, is basically what it is. So they bring like their best dish, which is trash. It's always trash. But like the whole point is by the end, they will have the skill set to know how to cook. So honestly, a lot of the ones that I've seen, it's been like husbands that want to be able to cook for their wives because they feel like their wives cook too much, or single moms that want to be able to cook for their kids because they don't want to just be giving them like frozen chicken nuggets and frozen pizza all the time, like that type of thing. So like the concept is good, you know what I'm saying? The concept is good, and it's like it's an interesting show. But that's the kind of reality TV show I watch, and then I went from like that to like the Bad Girls Club.
There is a question I did see during the break. I was looking at the questions. Someone asked, I think it might have even been Shannon, because Shannon is good on the questions, if we would go on the Bad Girls Club. Now, I have never watched the Bad Girls Club, but I like the title, so maybe yes. I can't find it. I can't see it. We'll obviously come up to it, but yeah.
When we get there, I'm going to just share this. I'll share it again later. I had an aspiration to be on Bad Girls Club because there's always the one girl that's like nice to everybody, and she's just like the nicest one in the house, and that's who I wanted to be. If I went on the Bad Girls Club now, I would be throwing hands. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I would fight to the death. Do you hear me?
You're scrappy. No. I like scrappy.
Because like somebody would say something really like out of pocket, and I would be like, who are you talking to? Like, who are you speaking with? And if they had the audacity to be like you, I would be like, me? You're talking to me? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I would be pulled off people. I think it's not a good idea for me to go on that show. I feel like we would see a lot of pent-up anger that I didn't know I had.
Yeah. And you don't know these people, so you can take it out on them because you don't have to see them.
Right.
Again.
I'm never going to see you again. When am I going to see you? At a reunion show?
And then it's just going to get all scrappy again, all over again. I haven't seen anything about the Twilight Zone movie at all. I haven't been reading much of
the Twilight Zone, like the movie, like everything that has to do with the Twilight Zone. I don't know. It freaks me out. Like my mom used to watch reruns of the Twilight Zone, like the show. No thanks. No.
It's so weird though that like considering like there's slasher movies and all that sort of stuff, and then people watch the Twilight Zone and they get so spooked by it.
Listen, I get spooked by life, but I'm also that person that falls asleep to true crime documentaries. So clearly my compass is off. I literally the other night fell asleep to this show called Evil Lives Here. It's literally interviews with people affected by murderers. So it'd be like this one that I fell asleep to the other night, it was an ex-wife of a murderer. He tried to kill her. And I was like, yeah, this seems like a good thing to listen to go to sleep.
Whatever floats your boat there, Neva.
To answer this, yes, because so the Kindle books in general. This is not just Kindle Unlimited. This is also books that you purchase.
Yep.
They update based off of paperback / hardcover. So they update based off of their physical copies.
Mm.
So you will get, like, for instance, my copy of Pretty Little Liars. I bought it 15 years ago. Okay, when it was a yellow cover with the Barbie on the front of it. That's how all of the original covers are. If you open it now, like if you look at it on my Kindle now, it's like the Pretty Little Liars, like the movie cover from when it was running on Freeform.
Yeah.
So they update based off of what is currently, like, being sold or in stores.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if you're
because I mean,
getting
a lot
bunch
of people.
updates, that's why.
Yeah, a lot of people will go and look for books and then go to Kindle or Kindle Unlimited to get them. So they're going to be looking, and because we're all visual creatures, we're not looking at the titles. We're looking for that cover, and that's why they would update it.
Yeah. So if for some reason the publisher, or if it's an indie pub, if the author is updating the books, they're sending said updates to Amazon, and Amazon is updating them that way. So it's not just Kindle Unlimited books.
Jean wants to know, are you sure you can throw a brick of a
No,
book, or do
I
we
would
need
be able to
to
do
weight
it.
training?
I would be able to do. I'm sorry, if my life is in danger, I'm throwing whatever is closest to me. And 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be my Kindle or a book, and you're getting hit in the head because I'm gonna make sure you are knocked out long enough for me to run. Thanks.
Hello, Storm. You're probably long gone by now because this was 3 hours ago. We are that far behind. Oh, goodness. A week in short time. I'm back. Oh, I bought 14 books. That's why I was waiting for the reply from Coda on how many books he got there. Because we were talking in Messenger as well. So
I will be taking bets on how many books people think that I'm going to end up leaving Barnes and Noble with on my birthday, because I also convinced Mr. Reading with Neva to take me to Joann's and Michael's so that I can see if they have. So Michael's has they both have DAC, like Diamond Art Club kits that are exclusive to their stores. And I know for a fact that Michael's has a glow in the dark Hogwarts. And they're doing Night Court. I shared it to my stories on Instagram if you want to go check it out. But they're doing, for all of November, they're doing a Night Court diamond painting event. So you can do it's any book related licensed artwork. So Harry Potter, Alice in Wonderland, she's counting Randall Spangler, like his draglings. So that's great because we know that I love him. But I want this glow in the dark Hogwarts castle, and I'm about to go find it. And so I was like, can we go to Joann's and Michael's? And he was like, on your birthday? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, sure. So he's gonna hate me by the end of my birthday.
You're gonna cost him an absolute fortune. Hope he's ready.
I'm gonna make sure that I have some money on me, like a good $200-ish on me, because then at least I can be like, well, I can get it. But I have a feeling he says that he's gonna make me buy things. Like, he was like, you need to make sure to have money, like you're gonna have to buy stuff. But that's what he told me last year when we went to Iowa, and then he bought me and my sister and Ari all books. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have money, like, just in case. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like I'm, like, taking advantage of what else I feel like I'm just gonna buy it.
Look out, Neva's playing the system.
So I'm, like, sitting here like, that's fine. Like, if he doesn't want to buy anything, that's cool. Because he bought me these.
Okay,
so these were expensive. I'm not gonna lie to you. These were really expensive. I actually didn't want him to buy them. I actually argued with him in the store, and he was like, shut up and take them. You're welcome. So he bought me these. So if he doesn't buy me anything else, like, for my birthday, that's cool. Or if he's like, this is Christmas and your birthday, that's cool too. But I'm going to Joann's and Michael's to find these DAC kits. I'm doing
Yeah,
it.
no, we don't have anything like that here, unfortunately.
And we'll
You
do,
all
and
the
then
good stuff. I have to live vicariously through you, through
I'll
Diamond
do,
Painting.
I will do like a, what is that called? Like a haul video, like a birthday
Yep,
haul. I did that last year
yep.
with my books, so I
Yeah, well,
probably will do
I
a
just
birthday.
did a 2023 diamond painting haul and
Yeah,
plans for 2024. I did that the other day, so yeah.
I have no plans for 2024 other than to diamond
Diamond
paint. I
painting
have
week.
no idea what I'm doing. But I will also wait for people because I've gotten a few messages from people asking like what to send for my birthday. Just I don't know. Just go look at my wish list on
Have you
Amazon.
have you updated your wish list?
I will.
This is your diamonds and books homework for this week.
All
Update
right.
your Amazon wish
This
list
this
because
week
I
I
am
will
sure
update
plenty
it.
of people want to get your stuff off
I
your
will
wish list.
I will update it, and I'm gonna put a poll up to find out if y'all want me to include. Because right now it's all just books
Mm-hmm,
stuff. I can
mm-hmm,
include diamond painting stuff on there because there is some Amazon stuff that I would like diamond painting wise. Um, I already have. I know that somebody. I'm not going to name them because I don't know if they want to be named. They
mm-hmm,
spent a lot of money. I don't even want to talk about how much money they spent. I know how much money they spent because I know
mm-hmm,
what they ordered. Um, they ordered stuff off of Etsy, which was
mm-hmm.
not a thing that I don't know how to make wish lists on Etsy, but also I would never ask people to buy things on Etsy because it's more expensive. I mean, they're small shops, obviously, but it's
Yeah,
more expensive. Like I
they're
would
mum and
never,
dad businesses. So
yeah, I would like never ask someone to buy stuff on Etsy. Um, but I will update that this week, and then what I'll do is I'll just wait. It might come out like a couple days after my birthday because I try to
mhm.
wait. Like last year, I waited until I knew that everything had come. I can see if you order stuff off the Amazon wish list, but it won't tell. All it'll do is it'll tell me that it's been bought. It
Yeah,
will not.
but
It,
you can actually you've got it. Have you got it set up where if someone buys something, it automatically comes off your wish list?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I have it set up where it will automatically go into the bot section
yeah,
of my Amazon wish list, but it will not tell me who bought it. So it'll tell
hmm,
me how many quantities of something were bought. They're books mostly. So it'll say like
yeah,
one wanted, one bought, right?
yeah,
But it won't tell me like when it's arriving. I shut it off so it doesn't spoil like who bought it or anything like
yeah,
that. So I will know, like, I'll be able to see if people are sending things, but I won't
hmm,
be able to see who is sending it or where it's coming from or anything like that. And I won't
hmm,
know until it gets here. And I will just kind of do like what we did for Ari's birthday. I'll just stack all of the boxes together and then I'll just do a big like
yeah,
haul slash unwrapping.
yeah. An unboxing of sorts.
Yeah. Birthday unboxing.
Let me unwrap my presents. On the Paperwhite, it has 17.
It has a bigger battery.
Yeah, bigger battery, obviously, and then it's only 900 for the
I
Oasis.
just think I want an Oasis just for the
Well,
Oasis
see,
is
I only use it in bed.
yeah,
I don't use it anywhere else. I don't take it with me or anything unless I'm
yeah.
traveling. I do, but um, most of the time, if I'm traveling, I've got my phone in my hand, so I even though I don't like reading on my phone, I'll
You
still
will.
do that while I'm traveling. But my Oasis usually just stays in my bedroom, so
The Oasis is waterproof, yeah?
I
Maybe?
think so.
Because that's the
I don't know
that
whether
is
it's waterproof. It's water resistant, I think.
okay, so technically the Paperwhite I think is also water resistant. I mean, I've definitely dropped it in the bathtub. It's fine. Like, but it can be submerged in up to like 30 like for like 30 to 60 minutes or something. So like it's
Yeah,
never
I'm not
submerged
too
that
sure.
long. Like I like
No.
dropped it and it was like, "Oh my god." You know what I'm saying? Like already knocked it into the tub once. Like it was fine.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing is I read a lot in the bathtub,
Mm.
you know?
My bathtub has been taken over by plants because of the cats.
I
Can't even
mean,
have it.
that's fair.
They wreck so many of her plants, and then I'm like, just stick them in the bathtub, and then we can shut the bathroom door, and they can't get in there then. And so now I've got like this. Brendan walked into the bathroom because, holy hell, what is going on in here? It's like a jungle. I can't even get to the shower now.
You're like, sorry.
Well, she's moving out next year, so all the plants will be gone next year anyway. Just nerded out on us and said, "You're welcome."
Perfectly fine.
That's perfectly fine. If you sideline books from other places,
Yeah,
milk,
that's also
potato,
true.
etc., you lose them on fact.
But do
Okay, yeah.
you?
Oh, we're back at factory reset. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but do you do that though? Do you sideline books from anywhere? Yeah,
No,
I don't either,
no,
so I don't worry about that part. Like I
no.
don't even think about that just because I don't sideload books. The only thing that I've ever sideloaded is fonts, and I don't even use the font that I sideloaded because it's not like it's a font that I use in my planner. So it's not like a font that I'm going to use to read. I
Mm,
did it just because I wanted to see the process. But if you sideload um fan fiction, you might
mhm,
lose that. So like I
mhm.
sideload fan fiction from like Archives of Our Own.
So what
But
about NetGalley? I'd probably lose NetGalley stuff too if I've put that on there.
um
Maybe.
no, I don't think
No?
so because
Okay.
my NetGalley stuff is on all my devices.
Mm,
What I would do is I would go like to your phone and see what is up, like what is on your phone. Anything that's
yeah,
on your phone, as long as you know that you have like if it's on both devices, it should sync across.
yeah,
You see what I'm
yeah.
saying? Because
Yeah, because
I
well,
have
I
like
usually when I'm
250
doing
NetGalley.
NetGalley, I usually do it through my phone anyway.
Yeah,
To check that it's gone there and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
yeah.
Then I'll definitely have both
This was
open. Ah,
about
yes,
the we're
live
really
streams. Yeah.
it's fine.
So right now we have 3 on Divinely Designs, 13 on Dusty Book Sniffers, and 7 over on Neva's. But that's been swapping and changing all day.
Yeah,
It's
it
been
keeps changing.
it goes backwards and forwards. But yeah, we thought this would be a really good way, like if I get booted out or anything, at least Neva can still continue on until I can magically reappear again, or vice versa. And yeah, and plus, sometimes I sleep in and I forget to send links because
Also, I just
we've had an occasion where we've got a oi in the messages. Where's the link?
yeah. I just have to acknowledge this comment. It's like really far down, so I'm sorry, but
Yep.
I have to
No,
acknowledge this
that's
because I
fine.
just saw it come in.
Yep.
Mr. Reading with Neva is a book boyfriend. Okay? A flawed one, but a book boyfriend nonetheless.
That's it.
Truly.
Awesome. It's always good when you can have conversations about books. My
And
partner
here's
is an audiobook consumer, and that's all he consumes because he drives all the time. Um, and I think I've discussed it before when he was a truck driver away, like he drives road trains and stuff. If you've seen any sort of road train stuff from Australia, like he drives big things like that, and also oversized stuff where they close down cities to move a boat through the city, stop all traffic and all that sort of stuff. So he is, that's what he does. And so he spent a lot of time on the road and away from home, 6 weeks at a time and stuff like that. And they used to all like coordinate with each other, all the truck drivers, and they'd have like this little meetup of book nerds, and then they'd all swap their hard drives because bouncing around in the truck, you can't have CDs,
yeah.
they get scratched. So they'd put them on their hard drives, and then they'd swap their hard drives together and have like a book swap. And I'm like, oh my God.
Wow. Yeah. So I bought Mr. Reading with Neva Kindle for his birthday in August. So he reads
Mhm.
on that. And then but before he ever was doing that, he listened to like the Legendborn books. He listened to A Court of Thorns and Roses. He listened to all of Throne of Glass. He listened to a bunch of them, but they were all through audio.
Mhm.
And then I got him the Kindle, and now he uses Kindle Unlimited because he is a.
Awesome. Yeah, well,
And
I'm trying to get Brendan
listen,
onto Kindle Unlimited because you can get so many audiobooks on there. And I says to him, it just makes it easier for you if you can scroll through and yeah.
this is to answer your question about NetGalley. You should still have it.
Okay, cool.
Your NetGalley is because it was sent to Kindle
Yep.
and not through USB. So like if you do it through
Yep.
your computer, so like honestly, then that means that my fan fiction
Mhm.
on a factory reset should redistribute to my
Yeah.
Kindle just because I don't sideload it. Who has
Yeah.
time for that?
No,
I'm just gonna send it to
so
myself.
just so because I'm not like tech
Yeah.
savvy or vocab or anything, that means that it's you put it onto a USB and then you transferred the file. Yes.
Yeah, or you've taken like your charging cord for your Kindle and
Mhm.
plugged it into your computer
And transferred files.
and transferred files
Okay.
from your
Yeah.
computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that that's what it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So like I send everything via send to Kindle. Now like
Mhm.
my fan fiction, I actually save to my files and then send
Mhm.
it to Kindle through my files. But
Yeah.
it's
So
the same.
everything that I've put onto my Kindle, I've actually just sent it to my Kindle, not
Yeah,
done a
then you should
USB thing.
then if you have to do a factory reset, you should be fine. Like everything should come back.
Mm. Yeah, I just don't know why it just will not recognize anything. It's picking up my neighbor's stuff, but it's not picking up mine. And I'm like,
That's weird.
I went into the room where the rotor is, and basically it started picking up this side of neighbor's Wi-Fi. And I'm
And you're
like,
like, what the hell?
just pick up mine. It's right there. I just need you to pick that one up. And so, because I can't update anything on it at the moment, and anytime I go in there, it's like not happening. So I'm like, Um, so just a few 12 chapters left. Hello, welcome. Don't forget to tell us where you're watching from as well, because we are streaming to 3 different channels right now.
Yeah, we're just nosy. We just want to know.
Yeah, and just tell us. We just need to know. It's killing us. We need to know. Got 52 pages in the Book of Magic by Alice Hoffman. Good book. And 34 pages in Perilous Power by Laura Bradford, and hubby is reading aloud. And I'm guessing, considering we're at 12 o'clock and it's 2:15 in the comments, we probably have lost a lot of people that have gone to bed.
Most probably. I've
Yeah.
definitely seen comments that are like, good night.
Yeah. So yeah. So at this point, I think we will go for another sprint and do a 45-minute sprint, and then we'll come back, have another bit of a chit chat, and
Oh,
catch up. We might just scroll down through the comments and find questions and just answer those.
Coda,
And
I'm in Indiana,
mhm.
United States. Not originally from here. Okay, I'm not a Hoosier. All right. I'm an Iowan. Okay. I mean, technically, I guess I'm a Minnesotan because that's where I was born. Minnesota is great. You know what I'm saying? But like, I grew up in Minnesota and Iowa equally. And then I lived in Florida for a while and Louisiana for a while. They're fine. Louisiana wasn't great to me. Florida was fine. But now we live in Indiana, where the weather can't decide what it wants to do and makes my back hurt. So we're going back.
Oh no.
It's been like 30 degrees at night here. We're going back up to 70 next week. And then it's
So
going back.
70 is 28 degrees or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
But it's
Yeah.
ridiculous. I don't care to do that. Like, can we just stay cold at this point? You know?
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Let's go for another sprint, everybody. And we will catch you all in 45 minutes. Well, hello. How did we go?
I'm sorry. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. I apologize. Wow.
Okay, then fine. Don't talk to me.
I decided to make pizza, which is here, which is why you're down there. I also decided not to go upstairs and get my rounds because I only have 4 sections of this time.
Yeah, so you may as
And
well do it.
I'm just like on a roll at this point, you know? I'm trying to think. I also decided to go ahead and watch some more of 90 Day Resort Life, whatever. They've seen the sex therapist, and wow, I'm so glad my sex life is not as in danger as theirs. And yeah, that's pretty much. Oh, I did read, or I did listen to the rest of chapter 17 of A Court of Thorns and Roses
Cool.
as well.
I
So
did not read. I fought with my Kindle. My Kindle is now in timeout over there, and it can just stay there. I don't know what's happened. It is not picking up my network, so I think I have to turn my router off. Because I went on to Amazon and it said to restart everything. So, yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at. That is where we are at. Now I have no idea where we're at in the comments. So, I believe that a few people have gone to bed. I think Christina has updated the database with your playlist as well. That was a couple of hours ago, so like almost 3 hours ago. What time am I sprinting tomorrow? I am starting at 6 a.m. my time, which is
4 p.m. Eastern.
Yep, there we go. So, yeah. But if you go to Neva's channel, basically there is a playlist there. If you click on that playlist, it will just take you to every sprint that's happening tomorrow for the 24 hours.
Yep.
I don't know if it would work for diamond painting tools as well. A lot of people are using tennis balls or makeup sponge to make.
Mhm.
Yes, I have seen that where they put it in a tennis ball to make it easier.
I think in the diamond painting community, we just get thicker pens.
Mm.
Um, or we find, I mean, I've seen people that have converted like their favorite brand of ballpoint pen or writing pen into a diamond painting pen because they know that that's comfortable for them already to use.
Yeah, because
So
they use it all the time.
yeah, I think we would just come up with like other accommodations to make it more comfortable.
The next two comments are about your playlist, and Kelsey was here. I'm guessing maybe not here anymore, but yeah, it should be as fast as possible. Yeah. When Neva and Nicole were talking about whip and chats, I thought it was a whip and chat, which had me very confused.
We're making whipped cream and chatting. I'm just
That's
kidding.
it.
That's not what we're doing at all.
No, whip and chat. Whip is a work in progress. Mama dance on the like button like this is a rave, y'all. Nice. I love 90 Day Fiance. I'm here for the drama it brings. I have only watched half an episode because I can't get it where I'm at. It's not streaming anywhere, and I have to get a whole new streaming service to watch it. So I think it was on binge. So
she's just gonna listen to me talk about it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's it. I can get all the drama every sprint. This is the Bad Girl Club one that I was talking about earlier.
I think if they put us on the same season, Nicole and I would be best friends. We would just beat up everybody else. You know, that's what would happen.
I'm really good at throwing stuff, and I have a very good aim. one of my children gave me lip one day, and I had a tennis ball in my hand, and they were up the back and they were mouthing off at me, like swearing at me, calling me a bitch and all the rest of it because they were having an atomic meltdown. And I took it for about 15 minutes, and I was holding this ball in my hand the whole time. I like, it's funny now, and we both laugh at it now because it was just the shock on both our faces must have been priceless, because I took it for about 15 minutes and then I just lost it. And I had this ball and I just threw this ball and I just threw it at her legs, but she turned to avoid it and it hit her in the back of the knee, which collapsed her leg, and she went down. Like, she didn't face plant or anything like that, but she went down and then she bounced back up and turned around with her hands on the hips and went, well, that's just not right. And then I stood there and I went, I can't believe that I just hit you there like that and you went down and you bounced up like a rubber ball. And no, it's not right. I'm so sorry. And she goes, but I deserved it because I shouldn't have called you names. I went, no, you shouldn't have. But I am very accurate when I throw stuff.
You were just both in the wrong, and now it's a funny antidote.
Yeah, we were both in the wrong, both definitely in the wrong. And, you know, I shouldn't have reacted that way, but it was just, I don't know, just she flipped the switch. I mean, she was 13 at the time. Like, she wasn't a little kid. Like, she was a, you know, my size, because she's the same size as me. And she was 13, and she was just being a typical 13-year-old that was, you know, I'm just going to assert my authority on you, Mum. From a distance, though. Like, if you knew how big our backyard was and where she was standing, like, she was at a distance. She wasn't anywhere where she thought that I could get her, except I got her with the ball. It was just like, and now we laugh about it. We think it's hilarious. But at the time, we were both so sorry. The rest of it. So yeah, we can go on this, and I can throw stuff and knock people out, and you can kick them while they're down and go for it. I don't even know what this Bad Girl Club is. I'm assuming it's pretty bad. I used to live in Hawaii. You're not wrong about this. What was that about?
I have no idea.
Oh, that might have been the postage thing. How many episodes do you have to go on?
I'm on episode 4, and there's 10 episodes. So
okay, cool.
I'm like way through episode 4.
Tina was asking, do you cross stitch more than you embroider? Yes, I do cross stitch more than I embroider. Although lately I've been doing a lot of embroidery for the magazine. So, but I have a model stitcher that is away at the moment, so I'll be doing most of that. So, we'll take a shower in 3 minutes. So, a quick shower, read our bedroom before I go to sleep at 9 p.m. That was ages ago, so you've probably already gone. Let me just see. Gigra has also joined at 12:30. We are so far behind.
I know, it's fine.
Oh, it's all right. Hello to everybody. Rani is bringing back the boy band in February.
Yes, but she's bringing it back differently, and I don't know if she's revealed how she's bringing it back for next year, which is why I was very vague about it.
Mm-hmm. Watching Nicole's feed in Oklahoma. Did you get it scheduled? Yes, you did. Okay, it will get in the morning before the sprints start. It will be 7 to 8. Have a great night. I think that was for the spreadsheet, updating the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it was because I was the only one that hadn't scheduled.
Fair
I'm
enough.
always the last one to schedule my own freaking 24-hour sprints, bro.
Yeah, because I kept going to look for the playlist so I could add it to the playlist, but yeah, I couldn't. So yeah, because I was going to put it in my playlist as well. So if people came to,
it's up there now.
Yeah, I can do that when we get off a bit later. Good evening, just joining. Hope you and Neva are doing well. Going to be reading A Sidetracked by St. Abbey. Awesome. Christy has headed off to bed. And I reached 41% of House Beneath House of Sky, and I finally got that out. That was hard. Tired's only going to go to bed. No worries. just joined now. How is everybody? Good. How are you? Who dies?
Oh, you were talking about Charmed.
Oh, Andy in the first season. I'm assuming that everybody's watched
I was
Charmed
like,
by
damn,
now.
who
Like,
dies? I was like, I don't
hey,
know who does. I was like, who does die? I don't know. I was like, ain't nobody dying on my TV show.
and if they are, wow, that really took a turn.
Oh God, could you? I mean, we've had deaths like in the 90 Day Fiance like franchise. Like Angela's mom died while they were filming.
Yeah,
Like not on camera, but like we knew that it happened because she came through and talked about it. But yeah,
yeah.
do you drink
I
gin?
do drink. I do drink gin or clear liquids.
Honestly, I think you could use any alcohol that gives you like a numbing.
Yeah.
Because it's really just the warmth of it.
So
You could probably do it with gin.
yeah, tequila has a warmth, but it doesn't have a warmth here. It warms in the belly.
Yeah, no, tequila.
And gin's pretty much the same. Vodka, if it's high proof vodka, then yes, you could probably use it.
Yeah. Most people that I know either use gin or whiskey. Or not gin, rum or whiskey.
Yeah, because they're quite hot drinks on their own anyway. I know rakia at work. That's a clear liquid. That's a yeah. that's almost like foolproof. Woo! That's going back. I used to live when I lived in Wollongong. One of my friends, her dad used to make it. He had a still in his backyard, and she used to sneak it all the time. And you only need a shot of that, and yeah, maggot. Basically, you're laying on the ground because that's so. Whew. This roast is giving me a life. Not too sure. Would Nicole and Neva ever do ballroom dancing with their partners?
No. Here's the thing. I like the idea of it, okay? But I'm not really coordinated enough for that.
Yeah, I'm not coordinated at all.
Mr. Reading with Neva, he really just like club dances. I'm gonna be real. You know, he does a mean cha-cha slide. Which I did not get on tape, but he did it. He did the cha-cha slide at the wedding we went to a couple weeks ago. If I needed to do ballroom dancing for like here's the thing. So I've always said that if I ever became famous, I would strive to be on Dancing with the Stars. That's ballroom dancing. But I don't know that I would be able to do ballroom dancing with someone who doesn't already know how to do it.
Yeah, no,
I would get frustrated trying to learn how to do it with somebody else that doesn't know how to do it.
Yeah. My partner doesn't dance. Full stop.
Oh, Mr. Rima Neal loves to dance.
My partner, that's the only thing that is missing in our relationship. He doesn't like to dance. I like to go to nightclubs. I used to like to go to nightclubs and dance. There's no real nightclubs around here where I live. But when I lived on the Gold Coast, I used to go to the nightclub and dance all the time. But ballroom dancing, I can waltz. That's it. I can do what is it called? I can't even think. It's an Australian dance. It's like ballroom. But I can't think of the name. I did it at school. That's all. I can remember how to do it, and I can visualize how to do it in my head, but I haven't done it since I was at school. And to this question, yes, I do. I don't like being called a little lady. That's just you're just trying to put me down, and you're going to get a mouthful of me then.
Also, kiddo, bro. Do not call me kiddo. The only person that can get away with that, other than like people that are in my family, because like obviously like my uncles and stuff, they're older than me, so like fine. Mr. Neva can get away with it depending on the context that he uses it in. Like if he's like, "Here you go, kiddo," like that's fine. But the dudes at work like to call me kiddo, bro. I want to fight them every single time. I'm like, you do not understand. And then they'll be like, and then like when I snap at them for doing it, because I feel like it's disrespectful. You know, considering that I'm 30, I'm almost 32, and they are 22 and 24. Like, I'm sorry, that's disrespectful. Just because I'm short doesn't make me a kiddo, okay? And then they will make little comments like, "Oh, I bet you act on your intrusive thoughts." And I'm like, if I did, you'd be punched in the face right now. So,
so just go and stand over in that corner, kiddo.
I just feel like it's like a disrespect thing. So
it is a disrespect thing. Yeah. And little lady, that's trying to put you in your place. That's
Yeah.
them words right there are fighting words in my mind. That's definitely, if my partner or a man called me that, I'm going to fire up straight away and get quite not nice, or as my daughter says, bitches be crazy. Oh, that when someone loses it. So Courtney's popping in to say hello. Gee, you're up late, Courtney. You're normally in bed by now. Going to bed at midnight Eastern, leaving you on. That was an hour ago, so good night, Jean. Good night. See you tomorrow. I'm here on both. Awesome. Thank you, ML. Appreciate it. Jessica, former Kindle. We had a look at this before. Yeah. Cool. We'd love to see
This
it.
was about Mr. Reading with Neva being a book boyfriend.
Yeah.
Also, he was out in the living room still, so I went and told him, and he thought that it was funny, so he made his night, honestly. I was like, you're a flawed one, but a book boyfriend nonetheless. He was like, wow. I was like, okay, goodbye.
ML's, oh my god, a truck driver book club is a book club I want to attend. Yeah, he talks to one of the members that were, well, they weren't even members, they were just meeting up and whatnot, but he still talks to one of the guys that he used to swap books with and whatnot. So that's okay, I knew what you meant. That's all good. So yeah, it was quite funny. I used to have a good giggle about it. Neva, I found Caroline Vampire Diaries fanfic today.
Good luck to ML and her grading. Ain't happening. So if anybody doesn't know this, ML loves all things vampires, including the Vampire Diaries. So the fact that she found Caroline is one of the Vampire Diaries, like she's one of like the main characters. She's like Elena's best friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Good luck to her. That's
she's the blonde girl, isn't she?
Yeah, in the show. Yeah, that's like
Yeah.
me finding new Hermione fan fiction. Like I'm just not going to read anything else. You know.
Yeah.
And for anyone who's wondering, no, I have not finished Manacled. Okay, I'm still on like chapter 5. That's a very heavy read. And I just don't feel like my mental health is in its power. I should be reading it right now. So I will read. I probably will read it. It's a goal for me to read it in 2024. I'm just not going to do this like Manacled in 48 hours challenge that people have been doing because I feel like my brain needs more time to process it than
that. Yeah. Okay, that's a whole conversation.
Yeah, because Coda was asking where I was from, and
and then ML asked where in Colorado Coda was, and Coda has already gone to bed.
Good night, Coda.
Got to 39% in the audiobook, Conjure Island. Chrissy finally caught the chat. Been stitching all day on Farmhouse Christmas Block 8 and 9. And now I'm going to read 10 Hail Marys and the remaining book on the bingo. Yay, that's good. I still have a couple. What was that, sorry?
So we're getting closer to the end of the comments.
Yeah, we are getting close. I'm burning through. It usually takes us about 6.5 hours to get to the end.
It really does. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah. It's a talkish sort of day. We get some sprints. We usually do 5-6 sprints in the 8 hours. Usually about 5, I think. The last 3 hours of sprints last week was all about reality TV show. I woke up early at I have to wake up early at 4:50 a.m. in the morning. Fair enough. Will Nicole be yes, I will be. Fiction and non-fiction? No. Okay. I didn't know they had a non-fiction list. I knew about the fiction, the Women's Prize in Fiction, but they're announcing the judges shortly. Awesome. I will have to go and have a look at that for sure. Chris is 50% through the NetGalley arc. The book is fine, but the formatting on the Kindle is atrocious.
Yeah, I will say this. Sometimes they don't. I wish that with the arcs they would follow like a format that made sense.
Yeah.
Because I do find that sometimes they're not formatted well for the Kindle.
Yeah. I've only had one, and it was okay. It was a little bit skewiff, but it was, for the most part, it was okay. But I mainly do audiobooks on NetGalley right now because that's all I really got time for is audio. So, did Neva and Nicole have deal breakers when they were dating? Not serious deal breakers like violence or cheating. Cheating is a deal breaker for me every time.
Mm-hmm. Just don't be an asshole. Also,
Yeah.
if I'm dating you through a dating app, I need you to look like your photo. And I'm not saying like in like a but let me just tell you what. Okay. I tend to date my relationships tend to have age gaps in them of at least 5 years. Okay?
Yeah.
Not more than 20 years. All right. Don't get
Mm-mm.
anything crazy. I've not even gone like that far. To be honest with you, my rule of thumb is they have to be younger than my mom's age would be right now. So,
Mm-hmm.
for context, my mom would be 47. I think she's 40,
Yeah, you're 31. She had you at 16. That makes her 47. Yes.
47. Right. Okay. So she will turn 48 in February.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, or she would.
Oh, is she an Aquarian?
My mother.
Yeah.
She could be. I don't know.
What was her birthday?
February 19th.
Yeah, she's an Aquarian. You must have
Um,
had a very interesting relationship.
listen, we're not gonna talk about my relationship with my mother. Yeah, we butted heads a lot. You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
May she rest in peace. But my thought process with that is if they are younger than my mom, then it's fine. So Mr. Reading with Neva is 44. That's your context. Okay. But I date men that are older than me, and I have had more than one experience where I have gone. Now I always meet in a public place, a park, like a park that I know is busy or a restaurant. I don't ever meet these people like in a back alley, okay? But I have had more than one experience where I have had to end, like, I've had to be like, this is uncomfortable. I gotta go
Mm-hmm.
because this person used a photograph from like 15 years earlier. And now you are like, your face looks different. You're balding. Like, and here's the thing, I might have been cool with meeting up with you if I had seen what you actually look like. But now I'm uncomfortable because you don't look anything like what
Well,
you
that's
said.
a red flag because you've started the relationship, regardless of whether it's going to be platonic or a serious relationship. You started the relationship out with a lie.
Right. And it bothers me. And I've had men that say like, well, you use I have a actually it's the picture that I have on Facebook or I mean on YouTube right now. So that picture was taken in different lighting. I had pretty heavy makeup on, like it's like a model-esque picture.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, cool. But on no website would I put just that photo.
Mm.
I also include like photos of me just like looking normal because I don't wear makeup.
Mm.
Most of the time my hair is not down, it's like up in this bun because it bothers me. So like at the end of the day, like my appearance, which this is coming out tomorrow because I have to redo my hair, but at the end of the day, like my appearance still, like you can look at two different pictures of me and know that I'm the same person if you look at me in
Yeah.
person. I just, it's strange to me, and I have found it more with men than with women. I date both, it's fine. But I
Mm-hmm.
found it more with men that they will use pictures that are like old
Mm-hmm.
and then be like, "You didn't recognize me?" No, bro, because you aged 15 years. Like,
You're not a teenager anymore. You're not in your 20s. Like, oh my goodness.
yeah,
No, see, I didn't do the dating apps or anything. Well, I'm 53, so they're
that's fair.
a little bit after my time. And I haven't been single when they've became quite popular. So, um, yeah, so I've never really had to deal with that. Although I've had friends that have had to deal with that, and I'm just like, I don't think if I don't know whether I could do it because I'm inherently shy anyway when I meet someone for
Yeah.
the first time. I don't Like I need that person to be a little bit boisterous so I can gauge who they are and I can feel comfortable and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know whether I'd be able to just pick a rando and go and meet them. You know,
So
like even I know that you get to know each other on, you know, you talk
in
and all that sort of stuff. And
the times that I have done the online dating thing, which isn't really for me, but I mean that's how I met Mr. Reading with Neva. We met online on Facebook. It's fine. But like I either meet them in a place like the first time that I met Mr. Reading with Neva in public, it was at a Walmart. I'm not even joking. Like he like called me and he was like, "Hi, I'm in town," because he has family that's in Florida. So him and
yeah,
Mariah was in town, and he's like, "I thought I would come through and see you or whatever." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'm on the bus, like on my way to Walmart. Do you want to meet me at Walmart?" So like I sent him like location for Walmart and we like walked through Walmart and like shopped and that's how like you know what I'm saying? So like that was fine, but also I will be that person that will be like, okay, well I'm gonna bring a friend with me like to the meetup or whatever. And like usually it would be like I would like ask like my best friend Phyllis and then be like, do you like at the times if she had a boyfriend or whatever, do you want to bring somebody with you? That way it feels more like a double date type
yeah,
situation. I've even like brought my siblings with me before, like one of my brothers and one of my sisters with me, which that's not a double date situation, but like at least then I'm like, okay, but if something happens, like you're here. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And I found that if they get weird about you bringing someone with you to meet them for the first time,
That's a
probably
red flag too.
just don't go.
Yeah.
Just
I I met my partner. He's 6 years younger than me. My first partner was 4 years older than me. Then I went out with someone that was the same age as me, and then my current partner is 6 years younger than me. And when we started dating, he didn't realize that I was in my 30s. And I was 31 when we started dating. So, and he was working, he owned his own place, all that sort of stuff. I actually thought he was a little bit older than what he was, and he thought I was younger. And then when he found out that I had 2 kids already and I was in my 30s, he's like, no, that's not right. No. And like he was fine with it and all the rest of it. He just didn't realize that he knew I had 1 child, but he didn't realize I had 2. And then we were just hanging out together and all that sort of stuff. And we were friends before we started dating. So I think that made a big difference for me. I'm not great at meeting people and stuff like that. I'm quite comfortable with my own skin and comfortable with my own company. So I don't actively go out and meet people. So yeah. And so dating apps would be the same thing for me. Like that'd be equating to going meeting people. I would probably start talking to someone and then forget about that I was talking to them online.
Yeah, truthfully, dating apps aren't honestly. I mean, like I don't date at this point. Like people will be like, "You're polyamorous, you don't date." Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I already have to deal with one personality. You know what I mean? He deals with 2 personalities all the time, so like that's great for him. But like, the thing is like polyamory is still such like a weird thing. Like people assume that it's polygamy, which no, it's not. But also dudes are really weird, okay? And they'll be like, so you can date other people. Yeah, but like then when you say like yes, but every other partner in the polycule has to know, they get weird about it. It's like they want to be the paramour. No, you weirdo. Wrong with you? So I just don't date
Yeah,
at this
no, that's
point.
fair enough. It's just easier not to.
Truly, it really is just easier not. It's just easier.
Dating takes a lot of effort. Like I know that I haven't done it in over 20 years, but I like it's a lot of effort.
It's just so much energy. Like I could put that energy into other things.
Like diamond painting and reading.
Exactly.
Who do you date? Oh, well, at the moment, I'm dating Harry Potter because I'm doing diamond painting, and that's where
Right.
my energy is going.
People be like, all you do is read. Yes, my book boyfriends and I get along great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
they don't argue back, and they don't give me any lip.
I mean, a lot of them have red flags. You know what I mean?
Oh
But if
yeah,
I'm sick of dealing with their red flags, I can just close the book.
book, put them back on the shelf. That's it. Just finished pages I was drawing. Now the fun part of colouring it in. It would look like a colouring page with markers. That's okay. You're doing something that you enjoy. My family's cold remedy was half a couple of apple cider vinegar, 2 quarts of boiled ginger water, 1 tablespoon of cayenne pepper. Whew, yeah, that'll knock the socks off anything. A quarter cup of lemon juice and 1 tablespoon of honey. Disgusting, but it works. Yeah, mine is ginger, garlic, lemon, and honey in warm water. I'm gonna read in bed. Awesome. Thanks for the late night. For me, sprints. That's okay. It's late night for Neva too, or early hours of the morning.
Yeah, it's 1:35 in the morning for me. So.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Finally home from a day out with hubby. We're heading back out tonight for dinner as we are celebrating our 16th anniversary. Hello, Rolanda. Happy anniversary, hun. Glad you're having a great day. Chrissy says, Neva's don't be an asshole. Yeah, that's it. Like it's pretty simple on both parts.
Wait,
Just
seriously,
don't be
just be
assholes.
a nice person, for God's sake.
Yeah. You know.
And
If
don't be nice until you like got your, you think we're like in an established relationship and then be an asshole. Because like that's not gonna work for me either, bro.
It's not. In one arc I have, each page is about 3 words per line. So 1 paragraph takes up a whole page. Oh my goodness. I complained to Nick Alley, but they haven't corrected it yet. Bugger. Ew. My deal breaker is when a man says, "What's for dinner tonight?" my standard, like I do get that because I am a stay-at-home wife, and my partner will ask me what we're having for dinner. But he also doesn't expect, because I do work from home, he doesn't expect that there will be dinner on the table when he gets home. It's more of, what are we going to be having for dinner tonight? Shall we go out and get takeout, or are we going to cook? Sort of that question. But if I get it and it has a little bit of tone, because my partner has trouble with tone, and that's all I say now, Brendan, tone. Because he's ADHD, so he doesn't automatically have a filter, and he's very blunt in when he talks and stuff like that. So to anybody else listening in would probably think that he was being nasty or whatever, but it's just his tone, and I just say that to him. But if he has his tone, I usually go food, and that's the only answer he gets. And then he'll go to the fridge and open it up and have a look for himself, because it's generally sitting there. Good luck grading, ML says, that was because of the fanfic. Yes, let's try it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, ML.
After reading about 10 pages when I first finding it, it's Carolina, Klaus fanfic.
Oh yeah, yeah, Caroline and Klaus fanfiction. Good luck to you.
I have not finished watching originals yet. I would like to meet someone, and all that, but dating apps and so forth make me nervous. Too nervous. People be crazy, and I'm pretty different as it feels dangerous for me. Yeah, fair enough. I feel the same way. Like, I don't know, there's just some sketchy people out there, and I would like to put a question forward to the people. When did Instagram become a dating app? Because you get these inboxes, people coming into my DMs and hitting me up and all that sort of stuff. What? Go away. Block. Go away, you. All right. Well, guess what? At 6.5 hours, we've got to the end of the comments.
Wow.
First time today.
Go
So
us.
to celebrate, we're going to go to a sprint and do it. Are you going to hang around or?
Yeah, I'm here for a little
Yep.
while longer.
Cool.
We'll see, because I do have to sleep at some point before we do.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Like you're going to get up and
But
do some
probably,
sprints.
I'm probably gonna try to stay on until at least 3 my time, just so that I'm not waking up at like going to sleep and then waking up in like 2 hours, and my body's like, "Oh, you're rested," and I'm like, "Clearly, I'm not."
Starting off. So what time is it now?
1:38.
Yeah, cool. That gets like, yeah. So to 3, that's another hour and a half. So we can get another couple of sprints in before we wrap up. Because I've
Yep.
also got to get up at 5 a.m. to set up everything and
Yep.
whatnot.
Which I did.
So,
I did go ahead and open up Ari's, like, her little. She got like a little desk, like a lap desk, not like mine, but like a child's one, and
yeah.
it like opens up, like the top flips open, so you can store things in there. So like all her diamond painting stuff is in there, and then I folded it up and slid it underneath. I don't want her to see it, but I have it like in there, so it's ready.
Cool.
Can just set her down
All
and
right.
be like,
Well, yeah, because she's going to hang out with you today doing sprints. Yeah.
yeah, since she doesn't have any school.
Yeah. Oh, well. She'll enjoy it. She'll have fun doing her diamond paintings and whatnot. So, all right. Well, we'll see you in 45 minutes, everybody. Talk to you soon. Bye. Hello. How'd you
I ate some more pizza, as one does. I also am almost done with this spot on this diamond painting, and I watched more of this ridiculous show.
go?
I saw way more of these people than I needed to. I'm not sure why TLC thought it was relevant for us to experience most of these people doing their homework that they were given by the sex therapist. Like you didn't see anything, you know?
Yeah.
What's going on? Each couple was given a different assignment. Okay,
Yeah.
so like Jovi and Yara were told to cuddle without having sex because Yara was saying how like Jovi doesn't like there's no like foreplay, right? And he's like, I shouldn't have to put in that much effort because he's selfish. But anyway, so they cuddled, but they failed because Jovi couldn't control himself like a prepubescent teenager.
You seem stressed from watching this show. It seems like it's really stressing you out. Maybe you should stop watching it.
Angela and Michael are long distance, right?
Yeah.
He's still in his country.
That's the one that's still trying to get the
Yeah,
visa to come in.
right.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the visa. So the sex therapist did like a special session with them, which makes sense because they're long distance. They can't like do their assignment,
Yeah.
together. So she gave them a I can't believe I'm gonna say this on the internet. She gave them a Bluetooth vibrator. It's controlled through the through an app. And listen, I'm not a prude. Okay, I need people to understand like I'm not a prude. I read a lot of smut. Um the kinkier the better, truthfully. I practice things that are not vanilla, in my real life. That's fine. But why we needed I mean, she was like in the bed, like under the blankets, but like why there needed to be like there was a cameraman, a camera person, just like filming her.
So there was a cameraman in there. It wasn't a remote camera.
I don't know. Okay, I hope it was not a cameraman because that's embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, I've nothing vanilla either, but I draw the line at having a camera in the room.
There was a camera in the room because
My
you
goodness.
would cut away from her to like other couples or whatever. Because like Asuelu and Kailani were told to explore themselves like individually, like
Yeah.
masturbating, okay, whatever. Which like we didn't see anything that Kailani did, like thank God, because like I don't feel like I don't know how you would see that without seeing it. But like
Yeah.
Asuelu, like we see oh my god. We see
You know
Asuelu.
what? Like,
We see
yeah.
we see him come out of the bathroom after taking a shower in a towel. Fine, cool, like a chest is a chest is a chest. I don't really give a shit, okay? But then we see him and Kailani are staying in the same hotel room but separate bedrooms.
Yeah.
Because they've had the infidelity issues. So Kailani was like, I would prefer you don't sleep in here, whatever like that.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
that's fair enough.
you see him enter this bedroom that he's sleeping by himself, and there's like an art print of the ocean, and he's standing in front of it, and he's like gyrating against the wall, and I'm like, what is going on? And then you see him like move to the end of the bed, and he's like gyrating against the bed, and I'm like, what's happening? And then you cut back to Angela, and she's like crying out, and I'm like, why?
Did So TLC soft porn. Chrissy just put that in the comments. It just popped up. I was just about to say the same thing. Did you switch to the porn channel by accident? Is this like Big Brother After Dark?
Well, then, listen, that is a show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's where I was telling you about in one of the Australian seasons. There was a Turkish clap.
They have 90 Day Fiance After Dark too. They have 90 Day
Oh,
After
do
Dark,
they?
and I've watched that, and it was more tame than what I just saw. I don't understand. And then, who am I missing? Oh, Ed and Liz.
You're suffering some trauma. You need to turn this show off. You're traumatized.
We didn't actually see anything because, like, Liz like shut off the lights. Thank God. But you like hear it, like you hear like the rustling. Oh my God! And they were like learning about. Okay, here's the thing. It's great. I think it's great that they went to like this sex class and like the men were told like where the female's G spot is, and like the women were explained about like like the prostate and everything like that without having to like penetrate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Liz and Ed were supposed to explore.
This is really hard to talk about with and trying to be PG at the same time.
We need to explore intimacy. Wow. They give trigger warnings at the beginning of this. It's like this may not be acceptable for all viewers. Thank God Ari's on. Like, explore intimacy without penetration, which they failed at because apparently there was, I don't know, they were describing things. I kind of blacked out for a minute because I couldn't take it.
Oh dear me.
But all you hear is Ed, like they shut the lights off and you hear like the rustling.
We'll go with rustling.
And then you hear oh God. Then you hear freaking Ed and he was like
oh, this is hilarious. poor Neva is traumatized by the whole thing. And Evil XO has just joined, so we
he asked, it was like, can you stimulate my prostate? And she's like, absolutely not. I don't know what's happening. What is going on? And then Molly and the cop, I can't remember his name right now, but they had homework too, but their homework was just terrible. Honestly.
Breathe.
Their homework was that they were supposed to tell each other what about each other turned them on and what turned them off. And then they also had to like go on a date because they had like a one-on-one session with like one of the other accounts, like therapists. There's 3 therapists in this. Or 2 therapists. I think it's 2. No, it's 3 therapists, and then they have like special guest therapists that come in, like the sex therapist or special guest. And they had to like go on a date where they got one assignment from the therapist that they had a one-on-one session with, saying like you need to go on a date and not talk about like how he has no goals, and because he's retired NYPD, so like they both have like this trauma that they haven't dealt with. And I just felt like it was painful to watch because she was like, you're boring in the bedroom, and he was like, what? And then he's like, I try to give you everything you want. She's like, yeah, but you're boring. And I was like, okay. But also listen to Kailani and Asuelu, because they brought their kids with them. Now her sister is with them at this resort also. So her sister comes in like when they have to go to classes and stuff. But listening to them talk to each other and being like, did you do your homework? And then he goes to do his homework, bro, and his homework. Wow. And she was like, are you going to go do your homework now? Because, like, they have kids. You know what I mean? They can't be like,
yeah.
Are you going to go? Yeah. And he's like, yeah. And she's like, make sure your pencil's sharpened for your homework. And his response was, oh, yeah. That's what he said, and I was like, what is happening?
Oh my god.
And now the
So,
guys are talking about how they're gonna go to a strip club because that's good for your marriages. I mean, I'm not against strip clubs. Like, if Mr.
nor am
Reading
I.
was like, "Hey, I'm going to the strip club," like, cool. But like, if me and Mr. Reading, when you are having a problem, and then your response is to go to the strip club, I'm punching you in the face. Because why are you going to the strip club instead of working on our issues?
You're not going to work on your issues at the strip club.
Like where we are right now, if he was like, "I'm going to the strip club," cool, have fun, I guess. Like, what do you want me to do? You need some ones? Like, I don't like. What do you want me to do? Like, I don't know.
Do you need some
Like,
money?
but like, if we're having a problem,
Yeah. Yeah, no,
and
that's a
then you're
different.
like, "I'm going
That's
to
a whole different issue. Like if things are good and they're just going out for a night on the town and they're going to the strip club or
cool,
whatever.
bro.
Yeah,
Have fun,
have a
my
good time.
guy."
Like,
But like, why are y'all all in marriage? Y'all are all in marriage counseling and have decided that you're going to the strip club like a bunch of idiots. And they're literally like, and like, what the cop was like, if Yara and Kailani find out what we're doing, they're gonna be so upset. So we have to keep it on the down low. You look stupid. They're gonna watch this at some point, bro.
they're gonna know. And the producers have probably already told them anyway. So
It's
you know,
so weird to me. It's so and honestly, I don't know if they have because they like their tell-alls at the end of these shows, and they like them to be like caught off guard, bro.
oh, okay. See,
It's
I'm coming from the perspective that I've never watched this show. So
yeah, it's
except
messy. Like
for like
they
10
they
minutes
may
of it
not
and then it stopped working.
yeah, the producers themselves may not tell them because then they can be like, then Sean, who's like the host of all the tell-alls, can be like, Kailani, Yara, Molly, did you know that the men went to a strip club? They could be like, no, I'm devastated. That's what happens to dolls.
So which spin-off is this again?
This is 90 Day The Last Resort. So y'all are on the last legs of y'all's relationships. If y'all don't get it together, you're breaking up. And this is what you choose to do. A bunch of idiots.
Mm. Some of them do have children, don't they? Yeah.
So Yara and Jovi both have a child. Both have a child. No, they have a child together. They have a child. Jovi apparently wants another child because Yara came out during, I think it was like the second episode, and told him during couples therapy that she'd been taking birth control secretly. Which, like, she was like, I don't feel bad about this. Like, I don't think she should feel bad about it. Like, it's her body.
Mm. Yeah.
I don't necessarily think, and especially if she's saying he's pressuring her to have another baby and she's not ready.
Yeah,
And
no, that's fair
so
enough.
that's what you do. You be safe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they have a child, and then Asuelu and Kailani, they have 2 children who are actually at the resort with them. Like I said,
And how long have they been together?
like 7 years or something.
Oh, okay. So like these are from the first series.
Yeah, Kailani and Asuelu, I think, are from like second season. They're all pretty early on, like season wise of 90 Day Fiance. They're all within the first like 5 seasons, and then, well, except Ed.
Ed's in the first one, isn't he?
Ed was in the 3rd season,
Okay.
but him and Liz didn't actually get together until he was on Single Life or whatever the fuck that was.
Oh,
Because she's from America too. Liz is from America too.
okay.
Liz and Ed have children, but not together. Liz has like a young daughter. She's probably around like Ari's age at this point, I think. And then Ed's daughter is like 2 years younger than Liz.
Okay.
Because that's great.
Weird.
And then Molly has 2 children. One is she's like a grown adult. I think she's like 25 or 30. And then he has a younger child who's probably at this point like in her teens. Because when they were on the show, like during her seasons, she was like 8 or 10. So I would think that she's teenage at this point.
Yeah.
And then I think that's it, kid wise. Oh, Angela has children, but they're all grown ass adults because Angela's like 60 and Michael doesn't have any kids.
Mm-hmm.
So Asuelu is a man baby. I just need him to get it together and stop like sleeping around and getting thrush in his mouth. What an idiot.
It's just wrong on so many levels.
My thing is, what the were you doing? That happened?
Oh.
And you to not think that something was weird before you did think,
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Like,
Disgusting.
very much so.
The show is nasty, bro.
It is. Wi-Fi vibes are going to get hacked.
They might, but she has one, and because the therapist was like, they have one. They have, and I will say this: the language that this sex therapist used was very, like gender affirming. So like she instead of saying like man and woman, she would say like person with a penis, person with a vagina, which like I think is great. You know what I mean? That's great.
Mm.
Very inclusive. But she told Michael, she was like, they have ones that you could use, and he was like, no. He wants to be in control, not controlled. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Listen.
Jesus Christ. Oh, 2 Fridays in a row with 90-day talk equals love.
I just see. I was originally going to start 90 Day Fiance over from the beginning, and then I saw that they had the first 3 episodes of season 10. So I was like, you know what? I've seen every season. Let's start season 10. And so now it comes on every Sunday. So every week I'll have something new to tell you about 90 Day
Awesome.
Fiance.
I won't even have to, because I've got to get a whole new binge. Like I have to get binge to get the show. So, and it's a whole new streaming service, and we're already having issues with the streaming services that we have. So, we at this point, I just want to get rid of it. Chris is saying, I'm glad I wasn't eating anything when Neva brought up the Ed moment. My stomach would not have been able to take it.
I'm so sorry. I'm just saying, I can't take Ed. Just like, I can't take Ed seriously as a human being. I just don't. First of all, I can't. Listen, I used to feel bad for Liz because I was like, maybe she's just stupid. Maybe she's just naive, right? Because she started dating Ed when she was like 27 or something. So I was like, maybe she's just a moron. No, you have taken him back multiple times, bro. I can't feel bad for you anymore. So I just need to know, what about Ed is attractive to you?
Because yeah, I don't right like. She's not an unattractive.
I'm telling you right now, if Ed approached me on the street, I would be like, it was so nice to meet you, and walk the other way. Like, I would literally run for the hill.
I would just keep walking.
I would pretend to be deaf.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. I'm blind, I can't see you. Just keep
walking. And just act like I didn't hear anything he said. So I just want to know what is attractive about him, because on past seasons of 90 Day Fiance, she said that she had to like teach him everything he knows, that he didn't know anything about like
anything,
the pleasures. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm just wondering, what was so attractive that you not only had to teach the man, but then stuck around? Nothing. Because I know that you do not roll over in bed in the morning and enjoy looking at it. I know
the view's not great. Roll over the other way, look at the ocean.
Yucks.
I could say something really crass, but I won't. I'll just leave it. There's a line, and I'll just leave it.
You know what? Me too. And then, but here's the thing with TLC. Like, TLC is the learning channel, right? But I feel like
did you just say the learning channel?
Yeah, that's what it stands for.
Okay. All right.
Not tender love and care. Like, so, but that's what
she did. I didn't even give it any thought of what it was about. So yeah,
for the learning channel. And here's the thing: is that they did. I don't know if they still run or not, but they did have shows that were very much learning shows, but they were still reality TV, right? So like they had like the My 600 Pound Life, which I don't really enjoy to watch, but like I understand how that could help somebody because it goes through that. Yes, they did the 1,000 Pound Sisters. They had a lot of like one-off documentaries that were about they
Okay.
they have a lot more like they had like one-off documentaries that were about like different things, which is like fine that they like went to reality TV, but I feel like it went off the rails when they started doing when they introduced the Duggars.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
that was
saying?
a weird show. Like,
And then like I'm not gonna lie to you, I tried to start rewatching the Sister Wives. Absolutely not. I watched the first 4 episodes and then I was like, I can't do this. I might pick it back up from where I left off because I do know where I like officially left off. It was right after Mary, the first wife, got catfished. I kind of just stopped watching after that because it became this narrative of she thought that it was a man. So she was talking to him, like trying to be his friend, whatever, and then there was like an emotional affair that happened, and then she found out that who she was talking to was actually a woman, and it became a whole thing of like Cody accusing Mary of not being straight. Like it was a very weird narrative, which like Mary wouldn't have had any way of knowing that this person that catfished her was a woman. You know?
yeah, that seems like a
Um
very weird narrative, as you said.
but it's just gotten messier and messier. Like just messier and messier. You know what I mean? Like at this
Yeah.
point, like Christine has remarried someone else. Like she got married like a week or so ago to a
Okay,
different
so this is from Sister Wives, right?
Sister Wives, right? So
Okay.
the wives on so it's Cody Brown, right, and
Yep.
his wives or ex-wives, Mary, Janelle, Christine, and Robin. So we saw Mary and Cody get legally divorced because he was, he can only be married to one of them legally. So he was married to Mary legally. They got legally divorced so that he could marry Robin. This happened actually during one of the seasons. I also used to watch this show. And when they did that, it was so that Cody could adopt Robin's kids. But then we all started because here's the thing, I was watching these early episodes where like they were courting Robin and stuff. And Cody was like attentive to all the wives. He was like a good dad, whatever. But it was like after he adopted Robin's kids, it went off the rails. Like he
Okay.
didn't have time for other wives. He would make weird comments about how like he wasn't attracted to Christine because one time she ate chicken wings and it turned him off. And I was like, okay. But then Christine ended up leaving the family first. So she ended up getting divorced from Cody, right?
Yep.
And then when that started to fall apart, because she was like, I'm not gonna like she was like basically she said that she wasn't going to continue in a sexless marriage. That was her thing. Which that's fair. So he was like, you're gonna break up the family, blah blah blah, which he wasn't even talking to most of the kids that he had with Christine at that point. He's got like, I don't know, 25 kids or some shit, crazy ass shit like that. But like between the 4 wives.
Yeah. That's a lot of kids. It's still a lot of kids.
And so that became a whole thing. And then Christine started dating David, who she's, like I said, they just got married, I think like last week. Because People Magazine, had the exclusive for that. And then that became a whole thing. Well, then Janelle was like, I feel like you're just shoving me out. And there was like a public breakup, like on the show, which I think is actually in like this season. But of course, like you hear about it, in the news. So Janelle is no longer part of the family, but her and Christine are so close. Mary is still like technically part of the family, but is like estranged kind
This
of.
just sounds like a
And
hot mess.
yeah, so he just lives with Robin full time, and Robin is the favorite wife. And Robin was like,
Mm,
"I never wanted this to happen." Like, yes, you did,
sounds
madam.
like it.
I hate you. So like, I'm like to the point where like I want to know why it like went so south.
Mm,
Like, why it went south the way that it did, because you can see Cody like in the beginning of all of it. Like in the beginning of all of it, he really, he stepped up and he did like the husband thing. It just seemed like once they all moved into the cul-de-sac and into, because they moved to Utah, I think. When they
mhm.
moved in, or Vegas, it was Vegas. When they moved into the cul-de-sac where they each had their own house, that's when it started to go off the rails. Like Robin would get remodels done to her house, even though other wives also needed remodels done to theirs. Like it was very, you know what
Mm,
I mean? It's very weird.
yeah,
But I tried that show, and I just
I like this. Cody could never be attracted to me because I'm constantly eating chicken wings.
truthfully, I think the only person that Cody is truly attracted to is himself. I mean, he comes off like as a very narcissistic person.
Mm,
Um, and quite a few of his children at this point that are like grown up have come out and said that like they don't really have contact with their dad at this point.
yeah,
Um, just because having contact with him is harder than not.
yeah,
So they all seem to still um communicate with their respective mothers.
mhm,
And actually, a lot of Janelle's kids went to Christine's wedding.
mm,
So, and Janelle went to Christine's wedding because there were pictures, that People Magazine took. Um, so I think that as far as like Christine and Janelle and their kids go, like they're okay.
yeah.
But they seem to be estranged from everybody else.
Mm. It makes me wonder sometimes, like, what effect having the cameras there, like, would any of these things happen if the cameras weren't there? Like, would the
Right.
family unit have broken down if the cameras weren't there? Like, I sometimes wonder that with these reality shows that, what effect is it having, one, on the kids that are incorporated into these shows, two, would a family unit, like, because there's been plenty of reality TV stars that were married and all that sort of stuff, and have subsequently got divorced and children were involved and all that sort of stuff
Right.
after the fact. But it just sort of makes me wonder, like, how, yeah, like how much of effect it actually has on the kid's psyche, and also on the ones where it's a family unit and the cameras are there, like, and then the family breaks down. Like, I can't. There was one years ago where there was a family and they ended up, the whole family just basically imploded on itself.
And I mean,
And
I think it depends on how much of an ass you make of yourself
mm.
during the show too. You know what I mean?
Actually, I think it was this one that Chrissy just is mentioning, John and Kate +8. That's name
Yeah.
rings a bell. I think
So here's
that's
the
the one.
thing: I never liked this show, and I'm going to tell you
Mm.
why. Because Kate reminded me of my mother,
Okay.
and my mom was diagnosed as a narcissist, and so all I saw when I watched John and Kate +8 was my mother if we became famous and got a reality show. So
Yeah.
I personally I can't stand it because
Mm.
I saw the narcissism in Kate.
Mhm.
I think before anybody else did,
Mm.
just because like there were just certain things that she did that were weird. I mean, eventually everybody saw it because like a narcissist can only be in the dark for so long.
Yeah.
Uh, But yeah, like to this day, like if I see her face, like Kate's face, like in the news, I'm just like, ugh, like she just gives me the ick.
Yeah.
As far as this, because I saw this one,
Excuse me.
I liked Darcy and Stacy on 90 Day Fiance. I
Mhm.
think that the fame kind of went to their head when they got the spinoff show. I only watched the first couple episodes of season one, and I didn't really enjoy it that much, to be honest.
Mm. Mm.
Honestly, I thought Stacy, for the most part, seems to have like a good head on her shoulders. She's been like with the same dude forever. But as far as Darcy goes, I think what happened with Darcy is that she got with Jesse or whatever the hell his name is. She got with him and he was a narcissist. And then she got with whatever the hell the other guy's name was, the one that was from England. I can't remember his name. And then we thought that he was like an okay dude. And then he ended up being very similar to Jesse. I think she just has a really, which this happens if you don't know how to fix it. But I think that Darcy just had such a bad track record with getting with narcissistic, gaslighting men that it made her look crazy on the show.
Yeah.
Because they would stay cool, calm, and collected, and then she would get upset. Like, she would have reactions and get upset and yell and cry and scream, and it made her look crazy.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't actually.
which show is this from?
90 Day Fiance.
Oh, okay, back to that one.
But then Darcy and her sister got a spin-off show that's, I think it's just called Darcy and Stacy, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, I don't think they came up with anything great for it. But I feel like Darcy needs like serious therapy to like work through some of her trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that she would be okay. The other thing is that Darcy tends to mask things by getting plastic surgery. So like at this point, she's completely unrecognizable from where she was on 90 Day Fiance.
Oh, okay.
Because she's had so much work done on her face.
Mm.
So.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of these people obviously have got problems before they go on the show and really should have been seeing a therapist before they went on a show to blow their lives apart. Because that, like, from what everything, like, as I said, I don't watch many of them. I more watch the ones where, like, MasterChef and all that sort of stuff. But it just seems like they go onto these shows and their whole life just gets blown to pieces. And then they get to, 5 years down the track and they're like, oh, why is my life not going the way it is? You've just aired all your dirty laundry and all your craziness on the, for the world to see.
Yeah, and I think the ones that come out of it okay are the couples where they put in like actual work behind the scenes.
Yeah, like they put in effort. They were there for legitimate reasons, but
then you see them like as a social media presence or in interviews. Like you see them in a different medium that's not just whatever TV show that they were part of.
Yeah.
In order to see the growth. And the ones that don't make it are the ones that just continue to show up on things like this. This one is okay, but they show up on these continuous spin-offs thinking that somehow that will keep them relevant and
which is sad in a way because they're not trying to find validation within themselves. They're looking for external validation, which never works for anybody.
Right.
You set yourself up for failure because, if you can't validate yourself and you can't love yourself, then you're not going to find it anywhere else.
Right.
And people don't like it when you tell them that either.
They really do not.
No, I had a friend that was very broken and she was looking for a man all the time because she was incredibly lonely, and I understand that she was. And I have no filter sometimes, and and then I had to apologize because I didn't mean to hurt her feelings, but I inadvertently hurt her feelings because I told her that you're quite broken and you need to get yourself fixed before you can invite someone else into your world.
Yep.
And so it didn't go down well.
Yes, I believe it's Gwendolyn that has a YouTube channel. I've watched it. And honestly, she's even said that some of the episodes, like a lot of the earlier episodes, are how we see them. Like they play out the way that we see them. It's the episodes after they've all moved and are all in separate houses. Because when Sister Wives started, the three original wives, which we have to remember that those three wives, they were wives before anyone had kids.
Yeah.
So like Cody and Christine got married, and then I think she said like 3 months later or something, Janelle had the first brown child. So all of the kids knew all of the moms, the three original moms growing up. and it
Yeah.
was just Robin that was a transplant or an addition, whatever. But when they first were living all together in Utah, they were in a polygamous house. And
Mhm.
so like Janelle was like in the top left corner, I think, and then Christine was like downstairs in like the bottom right corner because
Mhm.
they have like a garage too, I think. And then Mary had like the whole like right side or something of the upstairs. So they basically had 3 houses in one house, or 3
Okay. Yep.
apartments in one house.
Apartments. Yep. Yeah.
But all of their apartments had everything they needed in it. So everybody had like each apartment had a like a kitchen, like it was a full apartment in there.
Mhm.
For each of, and it was basically the pieces of the house were doled out based on how many kids everybody had. So
Yeah.
like Mary only has 1 child, so she had a smaller section of the house, and that's how they all worked. And Cody would move from room to room, or
Mhm.
apartment to apartment, depending on which wife he was spending the night with, whatever, like that. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Like how polyamory works. But when they moved to Las Vegas, they moved into a cul-de-sac that had 4 houses. So
Okay.
each wife had a house that
House.
was no longer connected. Now they lived in a cul-de-sac. So all of the houses were right there and everybody could easily walk to and from, but it seems like that's where it started to really deteriorate.
Mm.
Was when they all moved into the separate houses.
I remember quite a few families who had troubles in real life
Oh
because
yeah,
they would
wife
go and wife
swap
swap.
was a cesspool. Wife swap was a cess. I think the only wife swap that really worked was celebrity wife swap. I don't remember there being a lot of fallout when they did celebrity wife swap because they're all celebrities. They don't give a shit, okay? And
No, that's it.
they were giving like the earnings or whatever that they made from that show to like charity. So
Charity and
like
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, so like they didn't care, but like the actual families, like there was like a murder that happened. Like one of the kids from one of the families ended up like massacring his family like years after they did wife swap. And they say like you can look it up and you can like type in like wife swap murder, like it's a
Mhm.
real thing. Um and he ended up like killing his I think his whole family, if I remember correctly. It was years
Wow.
after wife swap, but they basically were like, yeah, the psychological whatever of everything that happened, like with the wife swap thing, they think could have played like a part in it, like because he was like plotting it for so long, which is nuts. Um,
I think
but
he had
I'm
issues before wife swap by the sound of it.
yeah, but like I feel like wife swap was such a cesspool because it was just pure entertainment. Now, like the
Yeah.
premise of it was good, I think.
Mm.
The premise of it was interesting because it was just like it'd be like if me and Nicole parented completely differently. So like I'm a super strict conservative parent and Nicole's the laid back cool mom. Sure. And we switch, and Nicole
Yeah.
lets all of her daughter's boyfriends live in the house. And I'm like, no sex under my roof until marriage, right? So then, like, you switch, you have to live for 1 week off the new mom's rules, and then 1 week off of the family's like original rules. Like, I
Yeah.
think,
I had watched one before and seen how it
yeah,
worked, but
like, I think that the concept of it is interesting because I feel like there could be growth, but I feel like there was never any growth because then when the parents meet at like the little table or whatever, it just becomes like a pissing contest. You let your
yeah.
kid do this, you let your kid do that. Why do you lock your kid in the basement 3 days a week? Why do you let your kid run all over town? Like it's just for
Yeah.
what?
It was just more of a shame fest, really, like just trying to shame each other and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, Kate did start the Karen haircut, and she was a Karen.
Yes, she had it before everybody knew what Karen was. I feel
She
so
was,
sorry for the people that are named Karen.
to be
You
honest,
changed your mind, honestly.
Kate Gosselin was the original Karen, in my opinion.
I remember a show called Swan
Oh,
where
I remember
I remember that. I remember seeing something. I never watched it, but I'd seen like where they do previews for it and stuff like that. I remember saying, like, oh my god,
Because that's good for women's body image.
yeah, fully.
Lord.
Will Nicole be able to pass the test on 90 Day Fiance and the Sister Wives show? Well, this is the second week we've talked about it. If we probably talk about it for another couple of weeks, I'll probably be able to pass it. I don't know.
I will
And on that note,
I will write her up a test and be like, who dated Larissa?
I have no idea at this
Also
point.
did not have air conditioning in his car, even though they lived in Las Vegas.
I have no idea.
That's who. Like a freaking moron. I also lived with his mother. Like, I'm just so confused. Like, why are you still living with your mother?
There's that red flag again.
I mean, I get it if you're like trying to help your mom. You know what I mean? But Debbie was
Like if you're trying to help your mum, or if you're, saving for a house or something like that, and your parents are helping you get ahead or whatever, that's fine. But
Debbie
if you
was
live in a basement
capable.
and you're eating Cheetos and you're wearing tracksuit pants, no.
Absolutely not.
There you go, Shannon. That's a hard line for me. If you live with your mum in the basement eating Cheetos and you've got tracksuit pants on, it's a hard no from me. That's a line.
That is. I
Oh,
feel like that's multiple lines. I feel like we've lost the line at that point. It's buried.
it's buried. It's gone.
There's no line existing any longer.
Alrighty. Well, we've got to the end of the comments there. You're right for another sprint?
I'm probably going to leave you
Yeah.
during this sprint. So that I can get a few hours of sleep before
Yeah, because I was going to say, it'd be getting close to 3 o'clock, and it is gone 5 o'clock here as well. So we might actually wrap it up for today because we've hit 8 hours, and we always do 8 hours.
We do.
So yeah.
Yeah, because
12.
Ari knows that 24-hour sprints are tomorrow, and she's like very excited. I don't know what
Yeah.
she's so excited for. It's not that exciting, but she's like 24 sprints. So I know she's gonna be up bright and early talking about, can we get some breakfast? And I'm gonna be like, 10 more minutes, bro.
No worries. All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up for today anyway, because I just realized it's 5 o'clock. I thought it was 4, but no, it's 5 o'clock. We've done 8 hours. I think that's enough. We'll be back in the not too distant future to talk some more about books, diamond painting, and obviously whatever else is going on in our lives. But thank you, everybody that has been hanging around and listening to all the information about reality TV shows. I've learned a lot in the last 2 weeks.
I'm a reality TV show person. This is the most that I have ever talked about it, like outside of my house. Because I really don't have people to talk about reality TV with. And I feel like a lot of people look at me like, why would you watch this trash? You know? But it's so entertaining to me.
Well, that's it. If that's your entertainment, that's good. Like my partner watches them. I've just, I've had the kids and all that sort of stuff and doing stuff with them, and I've never really sat down and watched any of it. Like I even like way back when Jersey Shore and all that was on, I never really watched it then either. But inadvertently, I have seen different ones that my partner's watched and, sat down for a couple of episodes or whatnot. So I know that they do exist. It's just not something that I actively sit down and watch. But it's very interesting to hear everything that's going on. And it did cause me to go and find some reality TV shows and also to try out Hey You, I think it is, on Amazon Prime. That was there, and I got a 7-day, like when I click on it, I can have a 7-day thing, but you could see what was on there and stuff like that, a preview. So yeah, I might, go and suss out some train wrecks and, never know.
I'm telling you, it'll just make you have a whole new perspective on your life.
Yeah.
I'm not like advocating to like go watch reality TV shows. It's
That's
like
right.
you feel like your life is falling apart, but also sometimes it gives me a new lease on life. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's it. My life is awesome.
At least I'm not making an ass of myself on national television. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So, and on that note, we're going to say goodbye, and we will see you tomorrow for 24-hour sprints. The playlist is on Neva's channel, and don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. all the things basically. And we will see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody, or day, and see you soon. Bye.